All right, hello everybody. Let me just double check the audio here real quick. Make sure we're good to go. All right, audio sounds good. All right. As always, let me know if there's any audio issues in the chat. But I think we're ready to rock and roll here. All right. This afternoon, it was actually pretty quiet for a little while. We're expecting severe storms to fire here in the northern plains. And then just about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, things really popped off pretty crazy here by Mobridge in northern South Dakota. A lot of reports of a tornado on the ground, large meso rotating, really a ground scraping meso. At least a couple tornadoes already confirmed by spotters and the public. And that storm cluster has continued to lift off to the east of the Bismarck Metro. So just as we were getting the stream set up and everything, areas southeast of Bismarck were under those tornado warnings. We've had a couple continued reports, it looks like, of tornado reports by storm chasers east of the Bismarck area. And those storms are moving really, really quickly. One here near Driscoll, North Dakota. They are now north and east of Bismarck with a new tornado warning here. Actually reporting a large tornado on the ground just about 3 or 4 minutes ago. So this is a new observed tornado warning here. Let me pause the motion here. It's going to be this little nub. You can see this little notch. These are actually kind of northward movers. This is the one I think that's had more of the long track tornado potential here. It's been a cyclic supercell since the northern South Dakota area around that Mobridge, South Dakota, where we also had 70-mile-an-hour winds reported at that municipal airport there. And yeah, that's continuing to lift off to the north. We can see these strong winds going away from the radar. That's right in there. Let me change my pen color. These yellows and oranges is winds going away from the radar. We see the greens, the brighter greens going away from the radar. And there is a little area here where bright greens and reds connect. Right in this area here, that's likely the tornado. This is the larger mesocyclone around the tornado. So this whole area is spinning with a pretty vigorous amount of rotation. And then within that, that's where you have that localized area of rotation. And I'm guessing we're going to see it here. Not showing up great. That may be it. I'd have to back it up here. Let's take a look at the correlation coefficient. Yeah, that's probably it right in here. I can see the little, it's really close. But I think that's it right there. Let me put my cursor right there. Yeah, that's going to be the, yep, it just moved a little bit. That's going to be a very small area of correlation coefficient drop right in here. So it's either not lifting up, it's probably more not lifting up enough to the radar site because the report here is a large tornado. We're just not seeing it great on correlation coefficient. There may just not be a lot of debris in that area. It's not picking up trees or anything like that. Hopefully it's not picking up any property. But yeah, that is the tornado. It's right in here, north of 201st Avenue. It's approaching 240th Avenue, 266th Avenue. And let me see here. I don't know if we have great camera coverage north of Bismarck. That's going to be one issue. We're going to deal with as these storms move into some less populated areas of North Dakota, towards the northern parts of North Dakota. But let me see here if we do have a camera north of Bismarck, we might be able to catch a little bit of this, as this one is probably hanging out just outside of the rain core. Let's take a look here. Yeah, it's going to be just outside the rain, so you may be able to see this. I would not advise going to see this. I'm talking about like professional storm chasers. Maybe it'll see this. One of the real dangerous things is they may be able to see it coming towards them from the north. This cell is moving very rapidly to the north. So you may be able to see it out ahead of it and possibly here from the side. But certainly if you're on the west side of it, like Wilton, here along US 83, that's going to be all wrapped up in the rain and potentially some larger hail. But yeah, this is quickly going over to areas like Reagan, along State Highway 36, Still, North Dakota, anywhere basically along State Highway 36, essentially east of Wilton. You need to be in your tornado safety shelter, take your tornado safety precautions. And I would start to do that if I was outside of the tornado warning up here, even towards 435th Avenue up towards the Russ Stewart Wildlife Management Area. This is all north and east of Bismarck. So if you're in the Bismarck area, tornado threat has diminished quite quickly here, at least for the Bismarck area. Hey, Sarah, how's it going? Oh, good. I'm glad the audio is good. You're down in the St. Louis area, right? We're watching eastern Missouri and the Ozarks, and especially the confluence of the Ohio River and Mississippi River. This area has a mesoscale discussion for some severe weather. So we'll see about that. Low end chance of a severe thunderstorm watch, but there may be some isolated severe weather down even into parts of the mid-Mississippi Valley. And then if you look at our thumbnail, it details it pretty good. I threw the thumbnail together a lot quicker than I usually do, but we're actually watching severe weather today from basically the Canadian and US border all the way down into West Texas, and now even Southwest Texas around Fort Stockton. So cold front and low pressure up here in the Dakotas, trailing cold front, pretty warm, moist air out ahead of it, especially for this time of year. And we'll look for storms to continue to fire along the cold front. It's kind of a weird little area. There's these little pockets of slight risk that the Storm Prediction Center has introduced. One here in the Dakotas, tornado watch continues in this slight risk area. This is really the most all hazards slight risk here in the Dakotas. We pick up a new severe thunderstorm watch here along the Kansas-Nebraska border. It's going to be mostly for damaging wind and large hail down this area here. And then also further south, these storms are just starting to go up here in the Texas and Oklahoma panhandles. May get some more hailstorms down in this area. There is an isolated tornado risk all the way down today. A very large, now they trimmed it up a lot. There was a 2% risk all the way down into the Texas Panhandle. They've trimmed that 2% risk into northern Kansas. So we may get a few tornado warnings outside of this main cluster in the Dakotas, but yeah, otherwise mostly hail and wind threats further south. And I want to actually turn off some of these mesoscale discussions. That way we're kind of cleared out a little bit here. All right, this tends to clutter. So I guess on the short notice, this 5% tornado risk has more than verified. All right, let's clear that out. We have some new watches going up. Looks like a severe thunderstorm watch by Environment Canada, anticipating these storms will lift towards the Canadian border here in the next few hours. And then, yeah, seeing some new thunderstorm warnings here into Nebraska. Mostly hailstorms here right now. Yeah, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So nothing yet that is super concerning there, but we'll keep an eye on that one. So far, all of this is concentrated right now into the central parts of North Dakota. Let's see. Okay, we were looking at that tornadoes area. Let me see if there's any cameras in this area. I don't believe there are, but we'll take a look. North of Bismarck, those camera setups get a little bit sketchier. Let's see here. Okay, there are actually some. Let's switch some of these cameras out here for a second. Okay, here's a look again. We have a quad radar setup, also taking a look at the storm. We can see that area rotation that we were diagramming earlier here. Tornado would be right in here with the higher connection there of the greens and the reds. You can see the little notch, maybe some debris showing up there. And then this is one of the differential products. We can see that area rotation also showing up there in the ZDR. So that just helps double confirm everything, but I like to have all that set up. Hi, Hilo. How's it going today? Okay, so the other tornado warning to the east of this near Wing, that is also an observed tornado. There's actually 2 cells in there. So that's an interesting one. These are a little bit hard to see on the radar, at least on the correlation coefficient today. But yeah, weather spotter confirmed tornado north of Arena, North Dakota. Where is Arena, North Dakota? That's going to be right in here. So yeah, it's going to be this cell up here along 370th Street near the Wrath Wildlife Management Area. That one doesn't show up as distinct, but there are essentially some broad reds, broad greens going away and towards the radar. So if it is still on the ground, it's going to be in this area right here near 370th Street. Kind of a very similar look to this storm to the west. So I wouldn't be surprised if both of these could potentially produce tornadoes. Again, they're going to be in this little notch right in here and then right in here. And these are lifting north, actually almost turning to the northwest around that low pressure system. So that's an interesting one. But this is our main tornado producer right now. It's likely still potentially producing a tornado here along 266th Avenue. This is just going to be, let's see. It's going to be about 6.5 miles to the south of Wilton. And then about 8.5 miles to the southwest of Reagan, North Dakota. So if you're anywhere in that area between Wilton and Reagan in North Dakota, you need to take your tornado safety precautions. With the observed tornado, that one was also confirmed by weather spotters. Yeah, we've had a lot of spotters on this, so that's been one good thing with that. These are lifting really quickly off to the north and east. So that'll be interesting to see. All right, I'm going to move our cameras. We do have a couple cameras to the north of Bismarck. So this will give us at least... Wow. Okay. That's the view from these cameras north of Bismarck. And possibly this one is a little better. This is in the town of Washburn. It's a little bit west of that tornado warning, but it gives you an idea, a little bit rainier and stormier look here, looking towards these storms at Washburn. Our other camera right here is looking south. That is from McCluskey. So that's actually a well-positioned camera looking towards those tornado-warned storms, kind of through the rain and mist. So it's a little bit kind of hard to see. There's not a lot of definition showing up from those storms yet, but we'll kind of wait and see as those storms lift up towards this area. And I want to check the speed on these. 35 miles an hour, 25. I think they're moving faster than that, honestly. Yeah, this one is actually listed as north at 60. I'd put these probably in the 40 mile an hour range. So just how fast they've been moving since we started prepping the stream. This one's actually even moving a little more towards the west. So I'm a little more concerned for Wilton. This is going to be a little bit closer of a call for the areas around Wilton, and certainly east of Wilton. You need to be in your tornado safe space. And yeah, they are going to now add Wilton to this tornado warning. And still saying 35. I think it's closer to maybe 40, 45, even 50. But there's the newest tornado report. Storm Chaser reporting a tornado on the ground just about 3 minutes ago. That's in Burleigh County, North Dakota, 6 miles southeast of Wilton. So exactly what we were saying. The good news is, yeah, we've had spotters on this. So we've been able to confirm tornadoes very quickly. And I wouldn't be surprised if this cell is also starting to get a tornado on it just by the look of it. It's starting to localize some rotation right in there. That's going to be just north and west of Wing. And then again, we still see an area of rotation in that cell right in there. These two little notches, I think in tandem could produce tornadoes north of Wing. And we've had several recorded on those. The most recent one just at 4:01 was a Storm Chaser report of a tornado north of Arena. So this is an observed tornado warning. Again, moving northwest at 35. And then this is the newest observed tornado warning. Oh, they went radar indicated on it. But the tornado warning that the current, I guess that makes sense. This is for this area out ahead. But the current tornado warning that this rotation is in is a confirmed tornado just right actually where that spotter report is, just in Burleigh County, 6 miles southeast of Wilton. So a couple clusters of storms producing tornadoes, and they've had a history of that. So continue to take your tornado safety precautions and prepare for tornado safety precautions. If you're up here towards Turtle Lake, Underwood, Butte, even up towards Velva, Sawyer, potentially Minot. I don't know if it's going to get up that far, but we'll keep an eye on Minot, North Dakota as well. Certainly a pretty strong storm here near Butte, North Dakota. That may have some hail in it. And then further south, we did get new tornado warnings. These are radar indicated on the North Dakota, South Dakota state line. A little bit further from the radar site, but there's our area of rotation right in here. We have the brighter blues and greens. Those are going towards the radar, and you can see the reds going away from the radar. That's going to be lifting to the north across Zeeland. And then this is a pretty rural area, but let's see. State Highway 11. If you're in this area, State Highway 11. Yeah, luckily not seeing a lot of populated areas over here, but between Ventura and Zeeland and points north. That's also going to be around 30 miles an hour, although that may be faster as well. Okay, yeah, nothing's showing up. No formal communities out here. So that's good. But anywhere, Wissahick may be the closest community to this. That would be about 20 miles to the south. So a little while till it gets up that way. Let me just in case, let me just put them into this. Yeah, there it goes. About 27 minutes if it holds together towards the Wissahick area. 35, maybe a little sooner if it's at 35. And it's still showing up about 30 minutes, 25 to 30 minutes to get up into this area here. And that's right on, again, the North Dakota, South Dakota state line here on 100th Street Southeast. It's going to be just to the west of Ventura. That's going to be about 7 miles to the west of Ventura. Pretty dangerous storm. Also lifting to the northwest. Honestly, Wissahick may not be really in that tornado threat, but anywhere west of that along Highway 13, that's going to be where the more enhanced tornado threat's going to be. Really interesting day today. We did get a tornado possible tag and severe thunderstorm warning for that hailstorm that I mentioned earlier near Butte. This also does have rotation in it, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Here's a radar site out of the Minot area, so we're looking at a little different radar. But we do see brighter greens going towards the radar, some reds going away from the radar. They've added a tornado possible tag. It would be in this area here near Keefe and coming up towards Balfour, Bergen, Carlsruhe, and areas here along Highway 52. So we'll keep an eye on that cell as well. Starting to look a little more suspicious there. Okay, latest look here. This cell has picked up rotation a little bit. Still a radar indicated tornado warning, but I wouldn't be surprised if this one's starting to wrap itself up again. You can even see that it has a little bit of a stinger look to it on the bottom, how this bottom flank of the storm wraps around a little bit. That's a little bit of a RFD, and then it's still getting inflow in here. These are kind of aligned really weird, moving northwest or moving towards the northwest a little bit, but still seeing a couple areas of rotation in those two cells. They don't look like much on radar, but these types of cells have produced with the low pressure around. There's some enhanced vorticity in the atmosphere, and yeah, these cells have produced even though they're not in they just don't look like the supercells you get, you know, in Oklahoma or something like that a lot of times. But yeah, intriguing storms nonetheless there. Let's see. I'm seeing if we have any better cameras in this area. Actually, this one may be helpful. This is out of the airport at Wisak. Hopefully I'm saying that right. It's either Wisak or Wizik, North Dakota, but this is essentially looking at that tornado warned storm. We're looking out of the airport. It's a very flat, treeless area. So we can see this is about an hour ago, kind of mixed skies. If I put the camera into motion, we can see that storm. This is that storm going up. That's now tornado warned. Yeah, you can see the towers kind of building here, a little bit of a base on that inflow side. And then as the storm gets closer, you can kind of see the base still, but we lose the towers a little bit. And yeah, certainly getting darker. I don't know if we're going to see a tornado from this angle, but at least it's worth to keep an eye on and monitoring. This is an FAA weather camera. I think it takes a photo every like about every 10 minutes. Yeah, every 10 minutes it pretty much takes a picture. So not fully live, but better than the stills. So that's good. Gives us an idea. All right, let's check these for CC drops again. Not seeing any right in those two cells. But this cell near Wilton, it's on this appendage here. It's broadened out actually quite a bit. So that's a good sign. Yeah, I pretty much, I think, concur with a radar indicated rotation now. Yeah, wow, look how quickly that's lifted. It's now up here. It's right here along highway, let's say highway, what is that? Highway 41? Yeah, Highway 41, State Route Highway 41 and 370th Street. There's the more localized area of rotation right in there. And yeah, not seeing a correlation coefficient drop with that one. So very interesting cell. Wilton, this tornado threat is going to be just to your north and east now. Just to the northeast of Wilton. Still, if you're in the Wilton area, you need to stay in your safe place. A few more minutes, let this storm get by you. But after Wilton, it's going to continue working up along 41. So 41 north of Wilton, please stay in your tornado safe space. Up here towards 435th, 4th Avenue or 4th Street. And then all the way up here, closing in on Mercer along North Dakota State Highway 200. Let's go back to our other storm, tornado possible tag on this storm near Butte, North Dakota. Still seeing some broad rotation in there. That's going to be lifting up towards Balfour along Highway 52 towards Bergen, and then up towards Carlsruhe. So keeping an eye on that storm. That one may have some chunky hail in it, even a little more than an inch. Could be more of that $half size, larger hail. Let's go back to our other tornado warned storm. This is the one near Zeeland and just to the west of Ventura. And that one has picked up in rotation, even though we're seeing it from a little higher altitude with the radar coming out of Bismarck. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a tornado in here along State Highway 11. State Highway 11. Yeah, there is a little bit of a CC lowering in here. This is likely a tornado on the ground right here, just on the last scan. That has picked up with the CC drop. So we're seeing meteorological targets. And essentially the radar scans the storm. And the raindrops are all basically the same size. Raindrops and even small hail is essentially kind of the same size. Circular, oval-shaped sizes. When the correlation value drops, that's the radar seeing, boards or tree limbs or trees and stuff that doesn't correlate to each other. So it says these are low correlation values. The raindrops are high correlation values. So we're seeing that here. We're seeing the low correlation. And then that's also correlated with the velocity scan. We can see our velocity winds going away from the radar and towards the radar, and a pretty tight velocity where those two meet. Not the most intense velocity couplet, but just based on the deeper CC value and then the tightening velocity, I think that's, I can pretty much confidently say there's a tornado on the ground right on Highway 11. And they're going to stretch us out through the Wissahick area. Let's see. I thought it was lifting more towards the northwest. Yeah, it's kind of northwest. So I think it's going to be a close call for Wissahick, but anywhere west of Wissahick along Highway 13, you need to get to your tornado safe space. Keep an eye on this towards Napoleon. Wow. What a morning, or what an afternoon already. This is more than verified. I haven't even had a chance to detail these for you, but the tornado watch covers North Dakota, parts of South Dakota until 9 o'clock Central Time. And that's going to be a couple of tornadoes are possible. We've already had that, so it's going to be a couple more tornadoes possible. And then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70, which I believe we've also had a couple wind reports as well. So that's verified. And then we've also had a chance of large hail 1 inch in diameter, maybe in the very strongest cells, even a little more than 1 inch. And I think we're seeing that in that storm near Butte, North Dakota right now. But let me see. Let me get some details on these other watches for you as well. Severe thunderstorm watch. Let's see. And the Storm Prediction Center has put out a new mesoscale discussion that the tornado risk continues with especially these cells right in here. So we'll continue to watch those as they lift up generally towards that Minot, North Dakota, Velva area. So we'll keep an eye on those. But they're in an interesting location. They're kind of right along and actually just north of a warm front. So they may go more elevated in time. We'll have to kind of watch that one. But our newest watch, this is the severe thunderstorm watch here in parts of northern Kansas and south central Nebraska. That goes until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Scattered large hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter and also isolated damaging winds up to 70. Could get a tornado warning out of those. Double check again. I think that area had the 2% tornado risk. Yeah, the 2% tornado risk extends kind of down through the mid-Missouri Valley and then all the way down here into northern Kansas. So anywhere central and eastern South Dakota into central Nebraska and northern Kansas could get an isolated tornado, but mostly it's going to be, I think, a damaging hail threat in that part of the country. So this is the newest camera or the newest picture from the Wissahick area. Again, still not seeing much. These storms have their rotation on that southern flank, so it's going to be a little harder to see these. But let's see. Let's clear that out. But that's generally looking towards that tornado warned feature. The problem is, I think at least this tornado would be in the rain. The hail is coming up on that one too. There may be some large hail in this storm too, so. New observed tornado warning. This goes out for McCluskey. That is our area where we have a traffic cam. That's our traffic cam out of McCluskey. Again, it's gonna be in the rain, so from this side of McCluskey, it's gonna be harder to see. That's looking kind of towards the storm on the back side. It's gonna be in this storm right in here. So there's your area of rotation. It's in that little notch again. That's probably dropped at least a couple tornadoes. So McCluskey, Denhoff, even over towards Goodrich, I would be in my tornado safe space. If I was anywhere there along Highway 200, McCluskey, Denhoff, and Goodrich. That extends all the way up north of town, north of 214. Let's see, up towards 14th Street, Lincoln Valley. You guys are also in the tornado warning now. That is a new tornado warning. Observed tornado warning there for Sheridan and northern Burleigh counties until 5 o'clock. Weather spotter confirmed tornado. And that is moving at 35, still moving at 35. It is about 10 miles southwest of Goodrich. So that gives us a good location. Yeah, that's about exactly where that rotation would be. About 10 and a half south of Goodrich. It's going to be right in there along State Highway 14. So again, State Highway 14 south of Denhoff. You need to be in your tornado safe space. I'm going to take this out here. Oops, let's redo that. Yeah, good news is north of that 200, there's not that many larger communities. I may have just accidentally missed those, but that's kind of the main path. Let me just take it out a little wider just in case it wobbles a little bit. So this is giving a lot of room here to either side in case it wobbles a little bit. But McCluskey, about 15 minutes. Denhoff, about 5 to 7 minutes. So you really need to be in your safe place. Denhoff and point south along 14. And then areas like Lincoln Valley, about 25 minutes. So that's your kind of time of arrival if you're in these areas. If you know anyone in this area, give them a heads up, give them a call, text, let them know there's a tornado warning. And it's time to put those tornado action plans into place. That's your lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And certainly basement storm shelter, FEMA approved storm shelter. Those are your best options. If you don't have a basement, get to that lowest level into your room. Tends to be a bathroom or a hall closet. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That's the goal. If that room is the bathroom, you can grab some pillows and blankets and cover yourself. Go into the bathtub. That fiberglass hull, the bathtub provides a little extra protection too. But that's the newest observed tornado warning there for areas around Denhoff. That's for northern Burleigh and Sheridan counties. Good news, this radar indicated tornado warning has broadened out a little bit. This is also for Sheridan County, and then southeastern McLean, northwestern Burleigh County. Yeah, we saw a pretty vigorous rotation with that further south when our stream was just getting going. And actually before our stream was going here, south and east of Bismarck. That storm produced at least a couple tornadoes. I don't think they're that long, but probably a couple brief tornadoes in here. I think that one kind of had a pretty extended mesocyclone that had vigorous rotation at times and put down at least 3 or 4 tornadoes. Again, all that was to the east of Bismarck. And then that one has had tornadoes at times southeast of Bismarck, all the way down the Missouri River. I almost said Mississippi, but all the way down the Missouri River into northern South Dakota around Mobridge. So that was at that first tornado was at about 12:45 Central Time. So that one was cranking for quite a while. Again, these are north of a boundary, and we can see that here. Let me pull that up. going to be a little bit delayed, but there's a boundary, essentially a low pressure kind of in here along the North Dakota, South Dakota border, and the boundary extending out there. That may be a little delayed. We can actually do some live meteorology. Clear off the surface fronts. Let's go to our observations. Yeah, so that boundary is probably lifted up just into this area right here. Maybe even a little bit surging to the north. You can see down in here we have 70s and 80s. And also southeasterly winds turning a little bit more easterly, but still I think that's along the boundary right in here. North of that, we have 60s to 70s. So a little bit cooler environment to the north here. Yeah, that boundary is probably really close to 94 right now, essentially around the Bismarck area, and low pressure kind of right in that area, just on the North Dakota, South Dakota state line. So cold front trails from there, warm front kind of lifts up like that. So these are right along the warm front. If they get too far north of the warm front, they're going to get more elevated. They're going to lose some of that instability and that access to some really warm, moist air. So these are the ones we have to watch. I think Jamestown down here, that cluster of storms, we'll see if that can organize. Right along the warm front can add a little extra spin to things. So if they can latch along that warm front or stay close to that warm front, that's going to provide a little extra vorticity as well. And then I'll certainly watch this tornado warning storm here that is that we're seeing. Where's our other camera? Down here near Wissahick. If anyone's from that area, drop that pronunciation in the chat, and I'll make sure I pronounce your town right. But down here south and east of Bismarck, I think that's still a volatile environment for a couple more tornadoes. And yeah, we'll have to watch that. We'll also have to watch that warm front. How far north does that warm front lift? That warm front may arc further to the north. That's why there's the tornado watch covers northern North Dakota as well, just for that warm front lifting through the area. And that would explain this one is a little weaker right now. This one's a little bit closer to that warm front with the observed tornado that's approaching Denhoff, North Dakota. Ooh, oh, that's not good at all. That is a debris signature right there. Yep, so there it starts right here. The CC lowering, a couple pixels lower of CC. That intensifies as it's crossing Highway 14. We talked about that a little bit ago. Highway 14 south of Denhoff to be in your tornado safe space. That is a tornado debris signature. It's riding basically right along Highway 14. And that is a pretty deep debris signature showing up. It's not in an area that has hail. It's not in a clear air area. And on the reflectivity, we're now seeing a little bit of a donut hole. That's the updraft there, lifting precip away from that area on the radar. So that's not good at all. That is going to be actually, I think, probably one of our better presenting tornadoes today. Yeah, I'm looking at it on our quad setup too. Here's a look at it on our quad setup too. We can see the CC drop here on the bottom left. We can see the donut hole and the reflectivity on the top left. And we see a pretty good couplet there with the velocity scan. and also the ZDR. So that isn't good. That's a pretty strong tornado potentially there just south of Denhoff. That's going to be continuing to lift up towards McCluskey, towards Denhoff. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe space in that area. And still not seeing a lot on that traffic camera. We're just kind of in a not a great spot for that one. That one's looking, I think, south away from the storm, actually. So that's also why it just kind of looks foggy and misty, because we're looking more like that instead of looking towards the storm. The closer this gets to Highway 200, the less concerned I am about McCluskey. This, I think, is going to ride between McCluskey and Denhoff. Denhoff, it's going to be very, very close, though. That one you need to be in your safe spot for sure. Yeah, this one has a really pronounced hook now. Again, there's your velocity scan. And still showing up some pretty deep CC drop right in here. That is a tornado still on the ground just south of Denhoff by just probably 2-3 miles. Let's see. Yeah, about maybe 4 miles tops. Potentially a little closer. Let's just take a look. It's going to be right in here. Yeah, about 3.5 miles south of Denhoff. That one's a little bit all by itself, too. You can see how these cells have separated a little bit. They have a little bit more access to inflow. These are small cells out to the east of there, but they are showing a little bit of rotation as well. So we do have to watch these ones. Again, they're kind of riding just along or just north of the warm front. And yeah, they could continue to increase with some tornado potential as well. So coming up towards Herdsfield, Chaseley, even Goodrich, just keep an eye on these cells, especially this one here along State Highway 3 and south of 200. It seems to be a little bit more vigorous. And we are going to get a new PDS tornado warning for central Sheridan County in south central North Dakota. A large and extremely dangerous tornado 7 miles west of Goodrich, or 28 miles southwest of Harvey, moving north at 30. And again, I think we saw that was about 3 miles south of Denhoff. Yeah, PDS observed tornado there. And interesting. That's going to be a PDS. I think it's going to be observed. They have a radar indication there, but I'm guessing that they maybe just misclicked that one. It should be an observed tornado warning. Wow. What a day. Getting close to tornado outbreak numbers, technically, probably. I think we're maybe there technically already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably those two. Yeah. Reports of a multi-vortex tornado. That was the tornado near Arena, 401 and 412. That may have touched down twice then in that same area. And then we have the one here just south of Denhoff. Multi-vortex tornado continues. So this may be the same tornado. This could be a slightly longer track tornado that could be on the ground for the last maybe 20 miles. Hard to say if it lifted or not, but we've seen the it hit something, because I don't know if it's, hopefully it's just a grove of trees, because the CC dropped on that one pretty strong, unfortunately, as it was crossing Highway 14. And again, lower populated area, but there are ranches and farms, and they're especially kind of located along the highways here, the state highways. So we're still seeing that in here too. Still seeing the CC drop. That's approaching Denhoff right now. So Denhoff, you really need to be in your tornado safe space. We've been calling Denhoff for a while, and yeah, really need to be in your tornado safe space there. Anywhere along Highway 200 from McCluskey over towards Goodrich. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space, and then continuing up Highway 14 towards Lincoln Valley. That's a dangerous tornado warned storm here. Let's take this. I'm going to take out just the leading edge, and we'll take it out to the north at 35. And yeah, Lincoln Valley is showing up as the next community past Denhoff, about 18 minutes. So around the top of the hour, that's going to be up here towards Lincoln Valley, North Dakota. This might be a problem. This may skirt the... It's just right to the southwest of Denhoff, but if it goes a little more northerly, it's going to come into town. If it goes a little more northwest, it's going to be just west of Denhoff. So there's I can't really say the town is clear. These can also wobble a little bit, so we may see it at one level in the cloud, but it might be on the ground off a little bit. So, you know, we have our cloud, our thunderstorm, and we may see the rotation here. Oh, let me draw that in a better spot. Thunderstorm, tornado. Our radar beam may see the rotation here, but at the ground level, that tornado twists and turns a little bit, and it's actually on the ground like over here, where our radar doesn't actually pick up anything. So we may say it's at A, but it's actually here over at B. So that's something to pay attention to as well. Ooh. I'm hoping we don't see another big CC drop as this crosses Denhoff and 200 here, but there still is some CC lowering in here, so I think it's still on the ground. And just presentation-wise, it still looks like it's on the ground. Velocity scan, it still looks like it's on the ground. Our quad setup is giving a tornado vortex signature here for the mesocyclone, so that's indicating tornadoes. Yeah, in progress here. Oof. Okay, we're gonna leave the community of Denhoff just for a second and just take a look at some of our other cells. Good news here again, this cell near Washburn and now up towards Turtle Lake does not look as healthy, at least for tornadic rotation. There's still broadly winds going towards the radar and going away from the radar, so there still is, it's still spinning, but tight rotation, not seeing a ton, maybe a little tighter right in here along 41. But yeah, I'm not seeing any correlation drops as well, so that's a good sign. While we're doing that, we did get a new scan here. There still is CC drops just in this Denhoff area. This is likely still on the ground. That's not an area where we see hail, and it's not clear air contamination. So this is still showing CC lowering here as it crosses Denhoff, Highway 200, just west of Highway 14 there in North Dakota. And then checking out some of these other storms. Yeah, watching this one east of Goodrich has some rotation on it between Goodrich and Herdsfield. Both of those little mini cells have some rotation. Take a look at this cell near Balfour, has come up a little bit. This one's one to watch here near Balfour. Winds going away from the radar towards the radar. So yeah, rotation has picked up a little bit in there, just north of Highway 52. That one does have a tornado possible tag on that. Ooh, yeah, that looks a little more impressive now, actually. Just looking at the reflectivity of that. It's a supercell. It's just kind of like, it's a sideways supercell. So it's got kind of that eagle wing look to it. Here's kind of the eagle claw or beak, however you want to kind of say it. Then here's your wings off to the sides. Yeah, it's not, yeah, if you turn your head sideways, it looks like a normal supercell. So that one is probably going to be imminently tornadic, just north of Balfour. It's getting its inflow kind of in like this, RFD wrapping down in here. So yeah, that one's not looking great right now. That one's probably going to try and produce. Yeah, and we can kind of see it in here. Winds going away from the radar, winds going towards, where's our radar? Yeah, winds going towards the radar, winds going away from the radar. Yeah, it's kind of a weird look with it sideways, but right in there, that would be the area to watch. Just near Carl's Rule, lifting up towards Riga. Let's go with Riga. Still, let's see. Still radar indicated area around Wissac. This one I think had a tornado on it briefly. We saw the correlation coefficient drop. Not looking as healthy, but it still has a vigorous area of rotation right in that little pocket, right in there. A lot of hail in this. This has a little bit more of a hail core. Wouldn't be surprised if there's some $half size hail in this. But this is going to be west of Wissac. Let's see. Trying to see if we can see it on our camera out of the Wissac airport here, but there is kind of a weird lowering back in here, but it's can't say for sure. And then here's like the shelf cloud, the wall cloud, maybe passing our camera right now. This is really close to our camera, but I think it's going to be just off our screen if it is still in here. It's going to be to the north and west of our camera. Our camera is looking to the south, so yeah, I think that's the flanking line, kind of this area here, more of a shelf / flanking line. The rotation's actually tucked back up in that little notch right in there. So Wissac, I think the tornado threat for Wissac is going to be minimal here. This should be passing just probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 7 miles to the west. Yeah, about 6.5, 7 miles to the west of Wissac. Kind of that cell has shrunk in size. That's a really good look at a shelf cloud, though. Let's see. Yeah, there's a better look at the shelf cloud. You can see there on the horizon line. But I'll back it up. Oh, we have this is the larger shot. There's a little bit of a lowering right in there. That's where I was kind of looking. That's where the tornado would have been about 10 minutes ago. So that could be the wall cloud or tornado. It's really hard to say what's going on back in the rain and hail, but there is a lowering back there. Without this being a full live camera and taking pictures every couple minutes, it's hard to say. Can't really read if it's a rotating lowering or not, but just based on where the storm was, that would be the area that we'd be looking at. And yeah, that slid past our camera a little bit. So what I might do is this points to the northwest a little bit. So we'll take a look from this camera perspective. Resizing a couple things. Hold on just a second. Bear with me here for 1 second. Okay, that gives us a better look. Yeah, we'll screen there. There's a look as the storm gets closer to this camera. It's going to be approaching from the left, so we'll get darker here. But maybe I'll see this storm as it passes to the northwest of WISAC. Still seeing half dollar size hail potentially in this storm. Still is kind of a weird CC lowering right in here, so keep an eye on that one. Yeah, that is kind of co-located too, so that's an interesting. Winds going away from the radar towards the radar. That one may be producing another tornado, actually, just by the look of it. On the velocity scan. That one, this is hail. This CC drop in here is hail, but this is not. This may be another tornado on the ground for this cell. It's right where we kind of expect that tornado to be. The reflectivity and the CC correlate. The velocity just updated and moved it just a little bit northwest. So we'll see if that area of lower CC value moves with that velocity. If it moves into this little area I have circled, that's likely a tornado on the ground as well. So, wow, what a day. And WISAC, you guys are now out of that new tornado warning. This one's going to expire here in about 2 minutes. The new area, Napoleon, North Dakota, anywhere out here near West South Lake. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Anywhere up along Highway 3, Highway 34, north of WISAC towards Napoleon. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Let me see if they've adjusted the time of arrival at all. No, still moving north at 35. And let's see. It's going to be hard to see. If there is a tornado in here, it's going to be very hard to see. This is tucked up in the rain. And I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a minute or two extra just to take it from the leading edge of that at about 35. It is almost center line for Napoleon. So Napoleon, North Dakota, about 18 minutes. Fairly sizable community out here. That's a size of about 752 people, maybe a little more, maybe 800, somewhere in there. If you take the surrounding areas around the lake, yeah, you can see there are some communities out here, so. Definitely need to be in your tornado safe space here around Napoleon Campground. Yeah, that's the problem with around this lake here. There's going to be more recreational activities. So around the Napoleon Campground, around the wildlife area around the lake, down towards 65th Street and the Napoleon Airport, Rubens and Dell's Super Value. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. South Central Grain, Wentz's Auto, or the United Methodist Church. Anywhere in here in Napoleon, you need to be in your tornado safe space. And that is likely producing a tornado. That is another vigorous velocity scan. And yeah, still seeing correlation coefficient drop right in that velocity scan. That's likely a tornado just north of WeatherCast, north and west. Let's see here. Let's stop our loop. Okay, so this should be giving us a new picture here in just a couple minutes. We'll see if it captured that at all. But that area has moved a little bit. Let's just check it here with the velocity hasn't moved yet, but likely tornado on the ground here north of WeatherCast along Highway 3, north of Highway 13 in North Dakota. All right, for the first time, I think all afternoon, all of our tornado warnings are radar indicated, so that's a good sign. And with that, with the radar indicated tornado warnings, we'll check some of these other cells out because we just haven't had a lot of time to do that. I am still watching this cell. It looks a little less healthy, but still rotating in here near Carl's Rule. You can see the winds going away from the radar and towards the radar. Some brighter reds, brighter greens, but there's a little bit of separation there. Getting close to the radar, though. So the closer this gets to the radar, the more we see that rotation on the lower levels, which increases the concern for a tornado in progress. But we'll continue to watch that one. Tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning near Carl's Rule. The hail's come down, I think, a little bit. We had a hail report earlier near Balfour, North Dakota, of 1 inch in diameter. We still have our ongoing tornado warnings here. Ooh, that one's kind of a little feistier now. That one's trying to retighten near Mercer. So areas are along Highway 200, Mercer, Turtle Lake. That one kind of broadened out for a while. It looks like a little healthier. It's trying to produce another tornado. This one was the tornado producing storm near Denhoff. And yeah, these are getting a little bit further from that warm front now. So that is a good sign. That one looks a little less vigorous too as they get north of 200. Keep an eye on those ones. Back towards the east side of North Dakota. We haven't really talked about you guys as much. Some strong storms. We'll continue to watch any rotation north of Jamestown. And then coming towards Fargo, we have a little cluster of severe thunderstorms. Maybe some small hail, gusty winds up to 60. Not seeing a lot of rotation in those. So those are mostly just a little burst of wind in there. Still a pretty strong cell south of Aberdeen. We'll continue to watch that for any severe weather. And then back down here into eastern South Dakota around Clear Lake. Tornado possible tag. There is rotation there. It's right on the Minnesota-South Dakota border. You can see that rotation in here near Brant or just to the southeast of Clear Lake. Some small hail, gusty winds, but we'll continue to watch that area for a little rotation as well. We had some big storms earlier producing almost hurricane strength wind here in the Sioux Falls area. 73. I think that's our high wind of the day. Outside of the tornadoes, of course. And then into Sioux City, Iowa. Severe thunderstorm coming towards you guys. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's going to be down here along I-29 towards Sloan and Winnebago. Yeah, not seeing as much rotation in these cells, but down towards Macy, Walt Hill, you guys are clear now. It's going to be up here towards Sloan, Salix, and then coming on towards Sioux City here. Already had storms earlier in Sioux City with some strong damaging winds, so this is going to be another burst of some pretty strong damaging winds. Storm reports. Just want to update. Okay. Just double checking my storm reports. I tend to put them on the 6-hour time frame, but that may give a little bit of overlap. If it was at 2 hours, or if it was at 12 hours, that'd be a little too much. Omaha, these are pretty nasty storms going up just over the Omaha metro. Wouldn't be surprised if we start to get some severe thunderstorm warnings out of these. There is a severe thunderstorm warning out of this cell near Fremont. Has a little interesting area back here in this little comma head, really close to the radar site too. So keep an eye on that one. This one looks like a little mini supercell trying to go up here right over Omaha. Wouldn't be surprised if this gets a severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like it could have some, yeah, right in here. Regency, Happy Hollow Golf Club, Sunset Valley Golf Club. Hopefully no one's on the golf course right now. This is a pretty nasty cell. Looks like some hail going up in here. I wouldn't be surprised if it has quarters to $half size hail on the west side of Omaha right now. Looking to the north, so downtown may get missed here. If you're downtown, that's going to probably miss you guys, but up here towards, let's see, the hospital, CHI Health, DeBolt, Omaha Country Club, Glen, Cunningham Lake Park, up towards Briggs, Florence, and then up towards Northern Hills Drive, up along Highway 75. That's going to be the area that's most likely in line for this larger hail. Regency, up towards Irvington, and then up towards Bennington. Again, wouldn't be surprised if we get a severe thunderstorm warning out of that cell. And then this is a pretty big cluster of storms going up right now into central parts of Nebraska. Some special weather statements for, let's see, for some gusty winds up to 40.5-inch hail. But any of these could go severe at times with some larger hail. Getting a new severe thunderstorm warning here. This is in Kansas, near Hoxie, Kansas, up towards Moreland with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. We'll see that continue to kind of back build down this line. Another cell going up pretty fast here near Scott City. Maybe some small hail in that as well. And then we kind of skip a little bit back into areas here in southern Kansas. Less of a severe threat here into south central Kansas, but a line of storms near Emporia with some gusty winds. We'll look back here into the panhandles of Oklahoma and Texas. That's where we could get a little bit more larger hail. So we'll look for these storms near Buffalo, Shattuck, and then into the panhandle near Gate, Roston, Laverne. We were here the other night with some supercells dropping some large hail and a couple tornadoes on our last stream here earlier in last week. Wow, there's the mothership of this cell. This is, we'll go back to that in a just a second here. I want to look at that FAA camera a little tighter. Anyway, some storms going up right now, non-severe, but a couple special weather statements for some gusty winds, 1/2-inch hail. Wouldn't be surprised if we get quite a few more severe thunderstorm warnings out of these storms. And then back here into the Texas Panhandle around Memphis, we have just about a half hour ago, 74-mile-an-hour wind gust, also a 73-mile-an-hour wind gust. So there's our largest wind of the day around Memphis, Texas. Quarter-size hail, 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds. There is some rotation in that, so we'll keep an eye on that broad rotation. At the very least, broad rotation like that is going to enhance the updraft. That's going to allow the larger hail to grow. So that could be, again, in this area, probably not a big tornado threat today, but just seeing those updrafts could indicate some larger hail is starting to grow in that storm. The worst of that is just east of Memphis, Texas. And then we also do have a chance at some isolated severe weather into parts of the Ozarks, especially, this is going to be our favorite little radar hole. There's not a great look at getting these cells here west of Poplar Bluff until they get up towards the St. Louis area. So could be some isolated gusty winds, isolated large hail. There is one of those here near Camp Point, Illinois, and Clayton, Illinois for 60-mile-an-hour winds. Not seeing it much in there. I wonder if that was just a reported 60-mile-an-hour wind. No, it was radar indicated. Not seeing a lot of wind in there right now, but maybe there was a little bit ago. Okay, our newest tornado warnings here. Let's take a look at these. All new observed tornado warning. This is that storm that we saw coming out of Denhoff. Reports of a large multi-vortex wedge tornado and a brief rope tornado. This has produced multiple tornadoes at once. That's when we saw the our deepest correlation coefficient drop of the day was in that storm just south of Denhoff. So there may be 1 or 2 tornadoes on the ground at that point. We still have area of rotation. We're getting a little bit further from the radar site right now, so a little harder to see at the ground level, but this is likely going to be a weather spotter confirmed tornado again. That's for northwestern Sheridan County and southeastern McHenry County in north central North Dakota. This includes areas like Animus, Drake, and Balfour. Balfour, you guys were in a severe thunderstorm warning a little bit ago. That cell has moved off to the north. Still has rotation in it. I wouldn't be surprised if this gets a tornado warning at some point if that tightens up anymore. We're getting close to the radar site. Our radar site is just off the screen here. So that is actually only about 25 miles from the radar site. So that's getting a low level look at this area of rotation. So if it tightens up or gets more vigorous, wouldn't be surprised if we get a tornado warning out for that around the Riga area, Towner. Keep an eye on that storm. Go back. This is our other storm that's produced multiple tornadoes, a cyclic supercell. Still showing rotation in here around Mercer. It tried to tighten up a little more. That one might try and produce again, but it's not looking quite as... yeah, look at the... If I can just go south, look at all these tornado reports. Not all of them were probably one tornado. So a couple of these have like really close reports to each other. That might be one tornado. That's one tornado. But I think there's a big enough gap in here that there was probably a couple tornadoes. I don't think that's all just one. Same for this one. There wasn't one tornado that moved all the way across this Bismarck area. I think there was one down here, maybe a brief one here. And then this one may have been 1 or 2 tornadoes in here south of Wilton. But probably at the very least, let's see. I think we're getting into that tornado kind of technical tornado outbreak kind of numbers here. Probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8. And then another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No tornado reports out of this cell, but I think we've seen 2 CC drops out of that one, pretty vigorous CC drops. So we're probably talking, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, somewhere around 12 to 15 tornadoes so far today. That would be my kind of just rough guess of things. Let's take a look at this cell. This is the one near Wissahick and Napoleon. Closing in on Napoleon. Yeah, still has a pretty vigorous area of rotation on it. So we'll keep an eye on that one. I want to go back. This would be 04. Let's see here. I want to go back to this. This is 5:04 Central Time, and this radar presentation here at 5:04 was likely when we had a tornado on the ground north and west of Wissahick, about 10 miles. So this is the look here out of our FAA camera at that storm as it was crossing this position here. But that is a mothership. Look at that. That is a crazy look at this storm out of the airport there at Wissahick. That is looking off to the northwest. You can really see the kind of a shelf wall cloud type of look there. And then under it, but in that rain, that would be where the tornado would be, back in that rain shield. And you can see the wrapping rain curtains. I wish that was a video and not a picture, because I think we would probably see the physical rotation of those rain curtains. You can see how that there's a pretty sharp edge right there. That's not a tornadic cloud edge. That's that sharpness of the edge, though. That really indicates that rain curtain was wrapping. And even within that little rain curtain, you can see there's some maybe rising scud right in there, or the edge of the wall cloud, I think, is back right in this area here. So very cool look at this supercell from the Wissahick area. Yeah, I think you would see those rain curtains, really that sharp edge just wrapping around that side. As this perspective was on the back, kind of looking at the back edge of that. So very interesting look. But Wissahick, you guys are good to go. You guys are out of the tornado warning. Another storm is moving up through your area, but that is non-tornadic right now. Ooh. Well, yeah. I think it's just some air on the backside. It looked like a hook there, but it's not really rotating, so that's good news. But just when I flashed over to the reflectivity, that one looked a little nutty there. And then interesting now here, this is Wissahick looking at that rotation there, and now under that new cell, it just you can't even see it anymore. So yeah, really interesting sky there. Interesting fall color. I know some parts of the Central Plains have some drought and everything, but there is some interesting fall color showing up on some of those trees down in this area here, and then back in that area there. So a little early, it seems like. I've spent some time in the north in September, and it seems like that's even a little early for this area of the country to get some pretty bright colors showing up there. Three tornado warnings, all in North Dakota right now, and all back down to the radar indicated ones. This is our area around Napoleon, around the west-south lake. That's going to be for McIntosh, Emmons, and Logan counties. Good news is that one doesn't look as healthy as it did earlier. There still is rotation in here, just to the southeast of Napoleon. Napoleon, you guys might get the bigger hail right here along Highway 3. That's going to be riding into town. But at least the imminent tornado threat has maybe diminished on that cell just a little bit. This cell is luckily back towards radar indicated, and it's not looking as healthy as it did earlier around Denhoff. Again, that's when we saw storm chaser reports of a large multi-vortex wedge tornado, and that was, I think, close to the top of the hour. And that was also when we had the CC lowering, pretty deep CC lowering at times, just to the south of Denhoff. So hopefully everybody's okay there. That was, I think, our deepest CC drop of the day that we've seen. And let me pull that back just a little bit further. Yeah, right there. That's a pretty classic look at a hook. And that's when we saw the CC drop like that. So that wasn't good, but hopefully it lifted right before it got into the town there. This one is still trying again. This is east of Turtle Lake, north of Mercer. Yeah, seeing broad winds going away from the radar towards the radar, and a little area there where it is starting to kind of touch again. So we'll keep an eye on this one. This would be 8th Avenue Northwest out of Mercer up towards County Highway 10, just to the north and east of Turtle Lake. So we'll continue to watch that storm. It's going to be lifting up towards Butte, some areas that got some severe weather earlier around Butte, North Dakota. You're going to get the rain and wind before you get that tornadic circulation. Yeah, you know what? That actually just in the last scan just picked up even more. Right here at County Highway 10 and 8th Avenue Northwest, just north of Mercer. Likely, probably going to be a tornado on the ground again, just based on the velocity scans and what we've seen already today. But that is a pretty distinct CC drop, or not CC drop, velocity couplet right there. Let's take a look at that in our quad cam setup. And yeah, we're seeing that as well. If that strengthens anymore, it's going to be an official tornado vortex signature. But we'll also kind of monitor and see. A lot of times we see the velocity increase just a scan or two before we see that correlation coefficient drop. So very likely tornado trying to produce or on the ground already at County Highway 10 and 8th Avenue Northwest. In Sheridan and McLean counties, and moving at 20. That one's slowed down a little bit. Say 25. That'll give you a little bit of time. It's going to get you up towards Butte in about 35 to 37 minutes. And then areas here, Kongsberg, North Dakota, about 40 minutes. So not a lot of communities between Mercer and Butte. However, there are people that live out here. So if you know anyone, again, between Highway 200, Turtle Lake, Mercer, and areas around Butte and Kongsberg, you need to be in your tornado safe space. Also seeing that, still seeing that circulation on that storm to the east also. Uh-oh, that's not good. I said it just a minute ago that we tend to see the CC drop right after the velocity scan. That's a tornado on the ground. That's a CC drop right there. Not hail in that location, but that correlates super well with our velocity scan, and we can see that here also showing up in the ZDR, in the correlation coefficient on our quad setup. Yeah, this is right at Highway 10 and also 8th Avenue Northwest. Still seeing the correlation coefficient lowering in here. Zooming in a little further, it's at 10th Street and 9th Street and 8th Avenue. Pretty tight area there. That's not the strongest area of rotation, but that's a pretty tight area. 35 on the inbound and about 30 on the outbound. So not a super vigorous, probably not a violent tornado, but there is a tornado in here. And it's definitely doing some damage. That we saw a burst of CC drop in there. Yeah, that's it's backed off a little bit, but still seeing that little CC lowering in there. Yeah, you can really see that. But let's see. Let's check our other cell. This one has more broad rotation. And not seeing it, at least right now, a CC drop in there. This one has gone observed. So another observed tornado, confirmed tornado, 6 miles north of Mercer or 32 miles east of Garrison. And we have a camera in Garrison, but it's kind of in the clouds and rain right now. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Radar confirmed damaging tornado. So the National Weather Service there out of Bismarck is seeing what we're seeing with the CC drop and the couplet all coming together. That has broadened just on the last scan, but still seeing some CC lowering in here. Could be debris in the air, could be still on the ground. But either way, tornado about 6 miles north of Mercer. That one, they're probably just going to let the tornado warning, I would guess, drop in a few minutes. That storm around Napoleon doesn't look as imminently tornadic right now. Do you get a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out of Kansas, Emporia, Kansas? Severe thunderstorm warning there for 60-mile-an-hour winds. Ooh, that has some hail or some wind in it there. Yeah, this little Boeing segment around Madison, probably producing some pretty gusty winds. Then seeing another kind of Boeing segment right in there near Emporia. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this has some 60, 65-mile-an-hour winds. Some small hail also possible. And then we are getting some storms going up into Texas, in the Texas Panhandle, near Follett, an area that got some really heavy hail the other night that we were covering. That was that last Monday or Tuesday? They had apple-sized hail, which is like, I don't even have, I need to get like some plastic fruit and so I can hold it up, but that is, apple-sized hail, softball-sized hail up into this area around Follett. So area hard hit earlier this week. Another severe thunderstorm, at least this one right now, not showing a lot of hail in it. But we'll continue to watch cells go up there in southern Kansas and the Oklahoma and Texas panhandles. Area around Memphis, Texas, in the Texas panhandle, Wellington, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and some small hail, quarters to $half size. This area, though, around Memphis in Texas had 74-mile-an-hour wind gust reported earlier. So we'll keep an eye on that cell. It certainly has a potential to have some stronger winds than the 60 that it's being recorded at right now. And then not much going on down here around Fort Stockton, so that's a good sign. Also watching another area of severe weather, isolated severe weather potential into the mid-Mississippi and lower Ohio valleys around Paducah, Cape Girardeau, Sikeston, Missouri, Poplar Bluff. We are seeing a couple special weather statements out for some gusty winds and pea-sized hail. Nothing too organized here. Look at all the outflow boundaries. This looks like throwing rocks into a puddle here. We can see all these little outflow boundaries. Those will have to be watched for any outflow boundary collisions. Those could enhance some quick areas of severe weather. St. Louis proper, though, a little better in the immediate St. Louis area. And then still watching some pretty strong storms around the Omaha area. Looks like those have weakened a little bit. They're coming up towards Fort Calhoun, and then this one lifting north of Fremont. We'll continue to watch those storms along the Missouri River, and then also around Sioux City, an area that got hit hard with some 60-mile-an-hour winds earlier. This storm seems to be kind of on the downtrend right now anyway, so good sign there. We are seeing central Nebraska lighting up with a lot of storms. So we'll see how this kind of progresses earlier, if they can organize into more of a severe threat. Severe thunderstorm watch covers this area for large hail and damaging winds up to 70 miles an hour. So we'll see if that does organize here in the next few hours. So far, not super organized line or cluster of storms, and just some individual hail cores and gusty winds within those. Newest cell here, severe warned around Jennings, or Nebraska. Sorry. Again, gusty winds, maybe some small hail in those storms. We are down to 2 tornado warnings, but 50% of those are observed. Sheridan and McLean counties, and then Sheridan and McHenry County in north central North Dakota. And that one does broaden out a little bit, so that's a good sign. Still seeing a little CC lowering in there. So that could either be a tornado still on the ground, even though it doesn't look very vigorous on the velocity scan, or it could be debris that's lofted and still into that part of the storm. So still potentially an ongoing tornado there. That's about 6 to 7 to about 8 miles north of Mercer, or about 32 miles east of Garrison. Yeah, if I back it up some, you can see when that was a little bit more vigorous, when we had definitely a tornado vortex signature and then the correlation coefficient. It actually moved a little bit weirdly to the east. And yeah, has broadened out. Still an area rotation showing up that could produce another tornado really at any time. And I don't think we're going to see much from it. But Garrison, we're still about 33 miles from Garrison. So Garrison, located right here, is kind of the next big community away from this tornadic storm. So that's also where our camera is located. And we're really just kind of seeing the back edge of that storm. So not a lot of definition on that side. Maybe a little bit clearing on the last image, but yeah, I can't really see much. That tornado is actually going to be on the east side of the storm. So cameras can be helpful to show us like the general environment that these storms are in, even if they're not in the exact location of the storm. The storm is moving to the north towards Butte. So areas here around Russo and Butte, North Dakota, along North Dakota Highway 53. You need to be in your tornado safety spots. That's the lowest level interior room, away from the doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Okay, we'll get both of our shots. Yeah, this has both of our tornadic warned storms on the same screen there on our quad screens, but let's see here. Yeah, and now we're not seeing that correlation coefficient drop, so that's a good sign. We're getting slightly closer to that radar site out of the areas east of Minot. So, wow, look how that storm has really backed off. The one that was a long track tornado producer coming up towards Drake and Balfour. Maybe some rotation still in here south of Drake, but that one is weakening very quickly. It's getting into a little bit of a rain-cooled environment with the storms out ahead of it, plus it's getting north of the warm front. Still watching this area. It's now not even being severe warned, but there is a little notch. This is a supercell with a little rotation in there. That's approaching Denbing or Towner along Highway 2. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Still rotating storm. And then again, this cell near Mercer, big broad area of mesocyclone, and it's tightened up at times to drop tornadoes. That one is a cyclic supercell that's dropped at least probably 6 to 8 tornadoes on its own. So, wow. We'll see how far that gets north, that's going to be kind of like this cell to the east in a little bit more of a rain-cooled, a little more stable environment as it gets up towards Velva, Sawyer, and areas there. Yeah, again, there's storms ongoing there. Plus, it's away from the warm front, so these are going to be a little more elevated storms, with the exception maybe of that one again near Towner. Still watching that little notch right in there. Taking a peek around, making sure we don't have anything weird going on anywhere else. Hi, Isaiah. How's it going today? Yeah, especially if you're not in this very elongated severe weather risk today, basically from North Dakota and Canadian state line all the way down through West Texas. Essentially, if you're not in that area, it's a really nice day most everywhere else. And then the other exceptions may be right in this area here in the Mississippi Valley. And let me change the color for that. But this area here and kind of watching this area right in there. Everywhere else, it's a super nice day. Let's see. Even Florida looks drier than it has been. So Florida's gotten a lot of heavy rain and storms the last few days this week. The Gulf Coast looks amazing if you got some late summer beach time here from Corpus Christi and South Padre Island all the way through the Florida Panhandle. And even on the west coast of Florida today looks beautiful. It's like a decent day here in the Carolinas and Georgia. We are watching a surface low off of a frontal boundary. It's still kind of draped across Florida, and there is a surface low kind of off of there. That's going to bring some gusty winds, some heavier rain, and maybe some high surf into parts of the mid-Atlantic, into the areas here in the Outer Banks. But yeah, it looks like a great day elsewhere too, in the Northeast, in the Great Lakes, Wisconsin, eastern Minnesota, Michigan, Chicago. Beautiful day. You can see our confined areas of severe weather. The one here in the Texas and Oklahoma panhandles. Our other slight risk in Nebraska and Kansas with the severe thunderstorm watch. And then our tornado watch, including extreme parts of northern South Dakota. But I think the threat's diminishing in South Dakota right now. Mostly a threat here for central North Dakota. And then we do have a severe thunderstorm watch into Canada. Mostly they're calling for large hail and strong winds and heavy rain, which is probably correct. I don't think the warm front's going to lift up that far. It's maybe back on the ground again. It's another tornado report. Just about 7 minutes ago, storm chaser report and radar showing debris about 9 to 10 minutes prior. I think it's a new tornado. It's a interesting tornado report. I don't know, maybe a delayed tornado report. It's gone back to observed, but this might be a new tornado, or it might be just a delayed storm chaser report. Just in case it's not, I do like that the National Weather Service has gone observed with this again. We saw, again, about 10 minutes ago, the debris signature and the tornado vortex signature, but I don't see it right now. There still is rotation in here. We can see the broad area away from the radar and winds towards the radar. But we can see, again, there's more grays in here. That indicates that these aren't really super tight right now when we see the gray kind of between the two reds and greens. If there is, there's a little tighter area, maybe right there, but that seems to be a little off from where it would be. No, that's clear air. So that's good. Yeah, that's clear air. Maybe right here, that could be the secondary tightest area of rotation. That one has a little better shot at being a tornado, but not seeing a CC drop in there, so that's good. This is probably just going to be allowed. It's 20 minutes. This they may drop before the warning expires. This storm looks not healthy at all. It's not even much of a thunderstorm anymore. We do have a new special weather statement. This covers areas here around Carrington. Seeing some gusty winds in that. Not really anything imminently tornadic there. Same for the cell. It's kind of combined cells here. That was tornadic earlier. Still some rotation, but that has backed off quite significantly. We'll see if the cell mergers do anything weird with that one, but that one I think is on the downtrend as well. And then Fargo, these storms have really died off. You're going to get probably a burst of wind before you get any rain or lightning, or and I don't even see a lot of lightning on this anymore, but you're going to get the burst of wind first there on this leading edge of this gust front, and then potentially a shot at some brief heavy rain. But those storms seem to be on the downtrend too. That's a good sign. Some ping pong ball size hail possible with this storm near Hoxie. Moving northeast to only 15 miles an hour. That's in southeastern Sheridan County in Kansas. That's out of Goodland National Weather Service. So potentially there in Kansas, that's kind of northwestern Kansas. Potentially some ping pong ball sized hail. It's going to be lifting towards Moreland along Highway 24. So anywhere east of Hoxie towards Moreland, you guys need to be in a pretty sturdy structure away from the windows for that one. 60-mile-an-hour wind report out of Emporia. So that severe thunderstorm warning there has verified. Again, some gusty winds in here, approaching areas here around Emporia. A couple pockets there, some stronger winds. Storms are fairly behaving themselves in this area. This is another area of slight risk in the southern parts of the Southern Plains. Seeing a few more special weather statements in this area from Poplar Bluff up towards Carbondale, Mount Vernon. Need to watch for some small hail, gusty winds in those storms. And also watching these storms here along the Missouri River north of Omaha, and now non-severe north of Sioux City. That's a good sign for those. Wow, yeah, look at this string of tornado reports by just a handful of cells. Just 2 or 3 cells are producing tornadoes at points. This one's still, I think, going to try again. It's going to struggle as it gets further away from the warm front, but it is, again, another sideways supercell because these are north movers. So we do see kind of the eagle wing and beak shape here. It just kind of looks weird unless you turn your head, but there is inflow getting in here. So those are a warm, moist inflow, some RFD, some cool air on the backside, and the tornado would be sitting right in there. And that is where we're seeing the tightest area of rotation in this cell right now. So potentially this could try and produce another tornado. Not seeing a CC drop with that at the moment. There is some CC lowerings, but that's clear air on the leading edge of that. It's getting closer to the areas around Highway 53 from Russo over to Butte. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. I do want to see if they've updated the speed at all. Moving north at 20. Going to put it into Butte in about 20 minutes. Butte right here. A pretty small community there, a little farming community along Highway 53. About 76 people live there. And then Kongsberg, about 28 minutes. So, yeah, kind of 20 to 30 minutes there along that Highway 53 corridor. Right now, it's almost due north. Say 20 to 25. I do want to bring it out a little bit further. After it gets through Butte and Kongsberg in that 20-25 minute range, the next larger community would be up here towards Velva and Voltaire along Highway 53. If it does hold together that far, that's about 45 to 50 minutes away. So 50 minutes away. That would be up towards Voltaire. A little further, probably about 60, 65 if it held together towards Velva. So keep an eye on that. If you're in Voltaire, Velva, not an immediate tornado threat, but something to keep your mind aware of. There is a tornadic storm to your south. That would be about 25 miles, but it's only going at 20 to 25 miles per hour. Here's a look at that storm. That's kind of the backside of it from Garrison. Now we're looking to the east-northeast. Yeah, I'm not going to see much from this side. This is really the back of that storm. But just kind of a general environment check. Actually getting a little sunnier on that last check. The storm is moving off our camera towards the left side of our camera, just to the north. So seeing kind of that back edge of the precip. Recenter that. Let's see. That storm still it's basically riding north, so it's staying on that same essentially arc of 35, 33 miles to the east northeast now of Garrison would be that circulation. So yeah, it stayed on the same kind of plane in that 35, 33 mile range. But the heavy part of that storm is about 23 miles to the east of Garrison. So that's what we're looking at there. As that storm pulls away, you'll see more clear skies move into the Garrison area. Wow. See, it's rotating. It's in here rotating. Winds going away from the radar towards the radar. Not imminently tornadic again, but we've seen it spin up every now and then a couple times very quickly. So we'll keep an eye on that one. These are basically our only tornado producers right now. Let me get a quick refill in the drink, and then we'll keep covering these storms here as they, especially are in North Dakota right now. Tornado warnings continue. Okay, that was a quick. Got my refill. We're good to go. I don't think anything's changed in the minute I stepped away, so let me just double check. Any weather streamers, as soon as you step away, that's when things usually go crazy, but I don't think we had anything change much here in the last couple minutes. I was actually looking here when I just sat down. We did have we had a camera here at the Denhof on Highway 14 and 200, but let's see. Let's take a look at that camera. This is when that storm was approaching with the tornado on it, but it's still too far away. We'll have to see if this camera updates, if it got any new pictures, but I think it just takes a picture like every hour or so. I don't know the exact time, but otherwise you can see this was getting darker when this took a picture last. That was the tornado warned storm approaching. Unfortunately, it was approaching from the south and the rain was out ahead of this. So we can just see kind of the lower gray clouds and rain core of it. So the tornado would be back behind all this. So unless it happened to snap a picture right as the tornado was crossing Highway 14 south of Denhof, unless it took a picture at that pretty much exact moment, we probably won't be able to get a good view of that tornado earlier from it, but just an interesting picture nonetheless there. And still watching these cameras out of the Garrison area. Again, watching that storm move away from Garrison, but giving us a decent picture of the environment here. There is the back edge of that storm. You can see the brighter clouds indicating that tower kind of shining in the slightly setting sun as we get later in the after. Yeah, we're getting into 6 o'clock here Central Time. So yeah, as we get into the sun, this later part of the setting sun kind of illuminating that tower of that storm. But again, would not see the tornado from that because you would have to look through all this heavy rain. Garrison over here, we'd be looking through all the heavy rain, the tornadic circulation off to the east side of this storm. This is getting closer to Butte, so we can see those greens going towards the radar and reds going away from the radar. The last little bit, they have been more elongated and broader area of rotation, but again, we saw this tighten up a couple times very quickly, so it could still do that. And still being listed as an observed tornado, but yeah, that update was at 5:33, so a couple tornadoes, maybe one or two new tornado reports there. And then this tornado warning does expire in about 6 minutes. The storm itself has really just almost evaporated here. It's pretty much not a thing anymore as it lifts up towards Carl's rule. Not even seeing really rotation on that anymore. So yeah, much better conditions here for Balfour along US Highway 52 towards Drake and down towards Keefe, and especially east of Butte. You guys are in a little better position there. This was at 5:30. Broadcast Media relayed a tornado 5 to 7 miles south of Keefe. So yeah, that one has quickly in the last half hour really come down. So that's a good sign. This one I think is starting to broaden out too. It's becoming more of a shear line. We're not seeing that notch as pronounced, just even in the last couple minutes. It does appear like this notch is kind of occluded into the storm. So normally we would see that kind of a pull to the north if it was a normal supercell. Normal supercell with the hook kind of down like that. Oop, let me draw it on the screen for you. A normal little supercell with the hook and tornado. We would normally see that kind of pull towards the north and occlude up into the storm. Instead, it's pulled to the left because it's a north moving cell. So yeah, and that has weakened very rapidly as we get into some cooler air up here in northern parts of North Dakota. Let's check again. We checked, I think, an hour ago on where that warm front was. So yeah, a while ago, the low was here and the warm front kind of listed as in here. We saw earlier that was probably a little off. It's probably a little bit further to the north, and the warm front lifted off to about like that. It does look like that's lifted a little bit more. The warm front seems to be kind of like right in here now. So these two cells that are tornado warned are well ahead of that warm front now. Actually, let me see. Yeah. Something like that is where the warm front would be. The low, I think, is still down in here. But yeah, we can see these are more easterly winds, cooler winds in here. That one's even a northeast wind. And then back in here, we get some more easterlies. Back down here, kind of more towards the north. So yeah, the low is somewhere down in here, south of Bismarck. Southwest of Bismarck, somewhere in there. Warm front, we can definitely see these are southeast winds in here towards Fargo, Jamestown, Grand Forks, Devil's Lake. So, and the temperatures here, we can see 80s, even 84 up north of Grand Forks. But as we get closer to the Canadian border, these are in the 70s up in here, 60s and 70s, rain cooled and cooler air, Bottineau, Rugby, Rolla, and then certainly rain cooled around Minot. They're going to continue a tornado warning for that cell. 87 at Grand Forks, 84 at Grafton, and then yeah, just north of the warm front, or right along the warm front, Cavalier at about 81, Langdon at 75, and then Winkler about 73. So again, there's a tornado potential essentially on just north of the warm front, and then especially south of the warm front. Look at our newest tornado warning. It's an extension of this tornado warned cell near Butte. And let me clear off some of this for you. So we mentioned you guys a while ago, Voltaire. This is going to be now issue here along Highway 52, essentially from Balfour over towards Voltaire, south of Velva. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. I would kind of say anywhere south sides of Velva all the way towards Balfour. Anywhere there along Highway 52, you need to be in your tornado safe space. That's Voltaire, Bergen, and Kongsberg again, Butte. You guys are in that tornado warning still. And they have dropped that other cell. So this is our only tornado warning now of the evening. And yeah, still kind of seeing some broad rotation in here. It doesn't look as punchy as it did earlier. But still, still warning this area about 6 miles south-southwest of Butte and about 33 miles to the east of Garrison. Yeah, and it is kind of a bit more elongated of a shear line right now. Not seeing that big pronounced notch like we did just a few minutes ago. Good signs. Good signs that the rotation is on the downtrend. There is a little area that's still kind of a little tighter, actually, just near Butte. Keep an eye on that area. At 25 miles an hour, that's going to put it into Butte again in about now, really. But Voltaire in about 28 minutes. And then if it holds together, Velva in about 38 minutes. And just make sure they were in the timing of things. Bergen, North Dakota, about 27 minutes. So yeah, that's about 25 to 30 minutes to the Highway 52 corridor, depending on where you live along that Highway 52 corridor. Hey, Tanisha, how's it going tonight? Hopefully everybody's having a good weekend. A lot of college football on this weekend. NFL football on today. I don't believe any games have been affected today for weather. But yes, if you live in this area here, Velva, Voltaire, down to Balfour, or know anyone that lives in that area in north central North Dakota, give them a call, give them a text, let them know. Tornado warning storm moving from the north, or moving from the south to the north. And tornado watch that covers mostly central North Dakota, extreme northern South Dakota around Aberdeen for another 3 hours. Further south, we'll take a look at Nebraska and Kansas. We've had a couple severe warnings out of here for some larger hail and some gusty, damaging winds. Nothing too organized right now. There is still the warning here east of Hoxie in northern Kansas. They have backed down the hail on that one. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. So not too bad right now into central parts of Nebraska, central parts of Kansas. We'll continue to watch those cells and see if they do upscale. If they stay more linear in a line, that could help to hold down that hail threat, could increase the wind threat. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Another little cluster storms. This was severe warned earlier on Emporia, Kansas. Still some gusty winds down towards Yates Center. That may move towards the Kansas City area later tonight. And then this is our other area of slight risk. Storms have backed off a little bit around Memphis, Texas, and the Texas Panhandle. Still a pretty nasty storm here around Follett, area that got hit hard with hail last week. Just south of Follett, golf ball size hail, considerable threat showing up there along 1454. And see the correlation. Yeah, we can see a little hail in that correlation coefficient too. So they're going to re-up this warning here for $half size hail for the rest of the storms. That extends down through Higgins. All right, there we go. Higgins, Canadian, Texas. You guys are in that new warning there, $half size hail. Looks like for the most part, it's in some really rural country between Follett and Higgins. Tashina. Sorry about I glanced up. I'm sorry about that. Tashina. I think I said it. Hopefully I'm not saying it bad. Is it Ta or Tay? That's one of our strongest storms here in the southern plains right now. I think that's Cell near Follett. Storms are behaving themselves in South Dakota right now, so that's good. Still kind of this arc of storms. I do have to watch this one near Bristol, north of Aberdeen now, towards Ellendale. Could get some gusty winds out of those. Okay, Tashina. All right, cool. I'll remember that one. Oh, this one looks like produced another tornado. It's back to a confirmed tornado near Butte, or 33 miles east of Garrison. Weather spotter confirmed tornado again. And yeah, just in the last couple minutes as we were checking those other storms, we can see that this is tightened up a little bit on the reflectivity. When we left it just a few minutes ago, it was more of a broad shear line. We can't see that really pronounced hook. And then just in the last literally couple minutes, we can see that hook is kind of back now as it's approaching the Butte, North Dakota area. And yeah, seeing a little bit tighter rotation right in there near Butte. Not super punchy, but right in here, just near Butte. Let's see if it shows up on the correlation coefficient. Maybe. Yeah, that could be a little CC value right in there. That's a little lower. It's hard to say. It's not a super tight rotation, and we're right on the edge of the radars. Let's see. Yeah, that's the Bismarck radar. I want to use this one more. Hard to confirm that on CC, but just the look of it, I can see that right in here. Approaching State Highway 53 and areas right around Butte, North Dakota. Another observed tornado by weather spotters, and still moving north at 25. That puts it north at 25 towards Voltaire in about 34 minutes, Bergen about 28 minutes. And if you're in this area in north central North Dakota, you do take your tornado safety precautions. That's tightened up again. Just on the last scan, we can see that more of a hook shape to it. That is likely producing a tornado right here, just over the areas right at Butte. That's not great. Could be just west of Butte, just on the latest scan, but I'm not ready to call Butte all clear. Again, these things we may see it here at a certain level in the cloud. If I draw the thunderstorming out, we may see it here at Site A, but the tornado snakes down and out, and it's actually here at Site B on the ground level. So it's too close to comfort for Butte. You need to be in your safe spot, even if this looks like it's just maybe west of town. Yeah, that's a great point. A lot of people don't have cable anymore, so I haven't thought of that one that much. But yeah, weather live streaming is, I think, a big benefit to a lot of people. People that don't have cable, people that don't have these rural communities out here like Butte aren't in a major TV network, so they're not going to get covered. This is a town of, I think, like 75 people, I think, if I remember right. Yeah, 76 people. Probably not going to be like big breaking in on the news sort of thing, but yeah, but we can cover these types of communities. So I think that's a great point. This is lifting north just across State Highway 53. Kongsberg, you guys are in the warning. This is going to be just east of you guys. And then again, approaching a little, now this area is a little more highly populated. Velva, Voltaire, Bergen, down to Belfour. Everywhere along Highway 52 from Velva to Belfour, North Dakota, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. That's your lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. If you don't have a basement or storm shelter, which there are some places out here that do have basements, so that's a good thing. Go to your lowest level. It's usually a hall closet or a bathroom. Especially if it's a bathroom, you can go into the bathtub, cover yourself with pillows and blankets, and that fiberglass hull, the bathtub, helps add a little protection too. But there it is, right in here. It's going to be just over or just west of Butte, North Dakota, at State Highway 53 and 5th Avenue Northwest. It's approaching the Cottonwood Lake Wildlife Refuge. Yeah, we're into some pretty rural populated areas, but even beyond that, though, I mean, it's not counting the little, I think it's just counting the town population. But if you look out here, there are a ton of ranches and farm communities. So there's more than 70 people, but just in that town specifically, this is a small community there. Nice. We have a couple people that are regulars on here. I don't know, Sarah, are you on here still? I don't know if she's on here. She's in the St. Louis area too. Let me give you a quick check because we were watching St. Louis earlier. Whoa. Yeah, storms in southern Illinois and in southern Missouri, but nothing really right around St. Louis, which is good. This storm has gone a little more intense there around Carbondale, Murfreesboro, Illinois. Quarter-size hail, some gusty winds with that one. But yes, southern Missouri, southern Illinois may get an isolated severe thunderstorm today. Nothing too organized down there. Our newest severe thunderstorm warning is this area around Devil's Lake, North Dakota. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Little rotation, but nothing too punchy right now around Warwick, Spirit Lake Reservation, coming up towards Devil's Lake. Keep an eye on that cell. That's in a little better position. That cell over Devil's Lake is is below the warm front, if I remember right when we looked at that last. Yeah, still seeing our rotation, our tightest rotation just around the Butte area. There is still CC lowering right in there. So observed tornado continues there towards Butte. Moving at 25. Yeah, no change on the warning. Yeah, I'm thinking we had like 15 tornadoes today at least. A couple of these reports I think are duplicates, like these two reports that are a couple miles apart from each other. And this particular cell may have been a slightly longer track tornado south of Denhoff. So those I think are a similar report. This may be one tornado. This could be one whole tornado. So that's one, two, that's four reports right there. Oh, geez. Yeah. I saw recently some satellite imagery out of, I don't think this satellite will show it. No. I saw some new satellite imagery out of St. Louis that you can see the tornado scar through St. Louis on the satellite. So, yeah, St. Louis still needs a lot of help. Severe weather in this part of the country around St. Louis and southern Illinois, southern Missouri picks up a little bit into October, November. There's a little bit of a second peak of severe weather, so hopefully it stays calm, but there is those possibilities of some November tornadoes in that part of the country, so we'll keep an eye on our St. Louis friends for sure this fall. We'll see about this cell. It's broadened a little bit again. There still is a little more concentrated area of rotation just north of Butte now. It doesn't look as healthy, at least on the radar here. And we can see we're kind of losing the notch again. It's all kind of getting kind of jumbled up with the rest of the storm. But yeah, even if you kind of turn your head sideways like a traditional supercell, it doesn't have that little kind of hook appendage like it did just briefly around Butte. How's it going tonight, Jay? Let me see. Yes, the Atlantic. The Atlantic is finally waking up, Jay. Jay is from Puerto Rico on our chat. I don't know if you know this. I think you think I'm a better at Spanish than I am. I just throw Jay's comments into the Google Translate. So I don't know, Jay, if you think I'm a fluent at Spanish. I'm not. I'm not even going to try because my Spanish is so bad. But yes, you might. We do have to watch for some tropical activity in the Atlantic later this week. And while we're down a little bit on tornado warnings, let me just check here, see what this one is doing. We've lost our visible. Okay, yeah, there's your wave. Still disorganized. It is still a disorganized mess right now. West of the Cape Verde Islands. And National Hurricane Center does take this generally north of the islands. So I think, Jay, you're going to be probably good for the next this next wave. It's going to be off. And the long range models do show it's a curve somewhat like this. So this could be more of an issue for Bermuda again. Bermuda right here in the north central kind of Atlantic. They're going to have to watch this because it could be something like this. Again, that's really long term. Puerto Rico and the Leeward Islands down in here, they may have to watch this wave. This is our first wave. Wave number 2. The models had wave number 2, at least the other day, taking more of a westerly route. I should probably change the colors a little bit so you can. This wave number 2, they had taking more of a westerly route. That's too west. Let's see. More like that. That one may be one to watch in the longer term, so we'll see about that one. I don't really go off of models after that 180 hour, and that's where that takes it. This is a really long-term look, so. But again, if it stays more of that westerly path, we'll have to watch that second wave. Right now, if I was putting money on it, I'd put money on the turn for this wave number 1. Yeah. Jay's comment, pay attention to the Atlantic area because a tropical storm may be forming. And in the Caribbean, it's been so quiet in the tropical Atlantic so far. All right, take a look at this again. It's broadened back out. This is what this storm has done for the last... How long have we been on our stream? 2.5 hours. It broadens out. We can still see the winds going away from the radar in the red and towards the radar in the green. Now we see all this gray in here that indicates the broader air rotation. But again, then it tightens up again, and then we see the greens and reds next to each other. So still watching this cell as it lifts generally north towards Bergen, Balfour, and Voltaire. After that, Karlsruhe. Verendrye. I've never been to Puerto Rico. I know a few people that have, and they've said it's absolutely beautiful as well. So it's on my bucket list. And you don't even need a passport if you're an American citizen. So, I mean, that's even another awesome reason. The storm finally might be dying. It looks a little less punchy than it did earlier. It's getting north of the warm front. Still seeing gusty winds coming into Devil's Lake. This one might try one more time here. We'll see. It's a little bit stronger of an inbound wind. Still seeing the outbound winds. May try and like wrap. If it wraps those inbound winds a little more, we'll look for it to tighten back up. It would be in here basically north of Butte now, between Bergen and Butte. So Butte right here and Bergen right here on your screen. Basically along 4th Avenue. Ooh. The cell has come up quite a bit near Springview, Nebraska, right on the Nebraska and South Dakota state line. It's being warned for quarter-size hail, but just look at that with the pink and purple colors. That is likely some larger hail in there. And yeah, we can see that on the correlation coefficient too. These deeper blues and greens, that indicates some pretty large hail. Would not be surprised if this is producing, and there is a little bit of a rotation. But again, that's more of a non-tornadic rotation right now. That just indicates the updraft, the big column of air through the thunderstorm that helps to lift that hail up. You need a pretty good updraft to lift large hail. And that one has one, so I wouldn't be surprised if this gets upgraded. It's probably ping pong ball size hail potentially there, north of Springview. Basically north of Springview to the South Dakota state line. And that's one, if anyone lives out there, let them know they need to be away from windows, away from skylights, and on a low level of your home or building. Let's see, everything else is behaving itself right now through those other watch areas here into Nebraska. This is a good sign. We can see there this little faint green line that's out ahead of these storms. That's an outflow boundary. That's the surge of wind. You'll get a big burst of wind out ahead of these storms. But that's going to limit their updrafts, as we were just talking about. That's going to limit any tornado potential. It's also going to slowly reduce their updrafts. They're going to have problems accessing the warm and moist air out ahead of them. So with outflow dominant storms, that should decrease any tornado risk there, and it should slowly decrease the wind and hail risk, unless those things can sometimes catch up to their outflow boundary again and latch back onto their outflow boundary. If that happens, then they could become more of a severe weather threat. But right now, this warning or this watch here is looking a little bit like a dud. Our tornado watch, though, has way overperformed today, with probably like 15 tornadoes at least. Yeah, large hail is there is more research being put into large hail, so that's a good thing, because large hail causes sometimes billions of dollars of damage per year. Especially if it goes through a city. St. Louis has had large hail before. Dallas has had some very big billion-dollar disaster large hailstorms. This might try to tighten up again. I've seen a little bit of a tighter area of rotation in here. Again, along 4th Avenue, south and southeast of Bergen, North Dakota. We'll look for that to tighten up. Let's see. Not seeing any CC drop with that one, but sometimes, again, we see it tighten first, and then we see the CC drop that shows our tornadic debris in the air. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Again, it's lifting up to a little more populated area along Highway 52, Voltaire, Bergen, and Balfour, North Dakota. Check these storms. Mostly a wind threat right now coming into Medina, Pettibone, and Robinson. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a warning out of those, just the surge of wind in here, but not looking tornadic right now, so that's good. Quarter-size hail for Greensburg, Kansas. Let's check our other big hailstorm. This is our considerable threat hailstorm here. They backed off the hail. That's a good sign. But they've added the considerable threat for wind. So first this area got the hail. Now you guys are in some pretty heavy winds. Again, that's kind of in an area that's very low populated between Higgins and Follett, Texas. And back to our tornado warning storm. They're going to continue a tornado warning. Observe tornado warning again. So this has tightened back up. Southern McHenry County in north central North Dakota. 7 miles north of Butte, or 34 miles southeast of Minot. They have increased the speed. I try to check these when they do issue new tornado warnings, but yeah, Weather Spotter confirmed a new tornado. So that's going to be right in this area, I think right in here, again on 4th Avenue. Yep, that's going to be where our little nub is now. We can see some inflow coming in here, outflow like this. And possibly a little CC lowering. It's hard to tell, but that may drop again here when we see the next CC scan. But lifting up towards Bergen, Karlsruhe, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space, and then all the way up through Granville and Riga and east of Norwich along Highway 2. This storm just keeps trying. Bergen, 3 minutes or less. You guys really need to be in your safe space in Bergen. And then Karlsruhe, about 15 to 20 minutes into that area. Same for this area here around Vernendry. And then up towards Riga, this is the Highway 2 corridor. So Granville, Denby, and Riga, about the same, about 40 to 45 minutes. Yeah, it's another small area of circulation that tightened up right in there. is some lower CC values in there. That's interesting. Hard to fully confirm that as a correlation coefficient drop, but based on it being a observed tornado by weather spotters, that's likely the tornado right in there. And that's also some pretty strong winds here on this the inflow. So that could be some damaging winds coming into Bergen, even regardless of the tornado. Maybe the 16th or 17th tornado we've had today. Most of those in North Dakota. Yeah, maybe a couple here around Mobridge in South Dakota. Check our other severe wind storm in North Dakota around Devil's Lake. Still seeing just gusty winds, some small hail around St. Michael over towards Spirit Lake Reservation, and then towards now north of Warwick, coming into Devil's Lake. Those mesocyclones spin for a while. These storms north of Minot still have some rotation in them, but they're non-tornadic. But it's just interesting. The mesocyclones spin for quite a while, even after the tornadoes die off. But this one has re-intensified again. Still seeing that tornadic circulation in here, and then some really strong winds on the inbound winds. There's a look at the quad view. You can see the reflectivity top left, our correlation coefficient on the bottom left, ZDR on the bottom right, and then velocity, typical velocity on the top right. But yes, it is showing those strong inflow winds. Broadening a little bit, but still seeing a pretty good area of rotation. Still in here, crossing Highway 52 right now, right at Bergen. And that may be the tornado. Let me take a look here real quick. No, that's probably clear air on that last scan. This may be this correlation coefficient drop from it to the south of there. But it's not lining up as much as it did just a few minutes ago. So this may have lifted. It may just not be picking up debris right now. But still a ongoing confirmed tornado 7 miles north of Butte. That's going to be crossing Highway 52 right near Bergen. And then, let's see. Yeah, it's probably by now it's about 11 miles north of Butte, crossing Highway 52, coming towards Carlsruhe. And yeah, right in here. Ooh, that tightened up even further. Yep, that's it right there. That is pretty confident. That little CC lowering is the tornado. Just on the leading edge there. That is some pretty tight rotation. And I would guess on the next CC scan, we're going to see it drop again. So this is passing Bergen. You guys need to stay in your safe place. It's coming up towards Carlsruhe. You guys are next in line. Carlsruhe, North Dakota. Anyway, here along Highway 52 up towards 45th Street. And then it's 2nd Avenue. So it's basically at Highway 52, 2nd Avenue, and 45th Street. That's what this storm has been doing. It tightens up drops a tornado, potentially a fairly short-lived tornado, but drops a tornado. We've seen a CC drop at times, indicating there's some lofted debris in the air, some non-meteorological targets, and then that quickly broadens back out, and then we have seen the reduction of the correlation coefficient, and then it broadens for a while, and then it tightens back up. Potentially some damaging winds, again, on those inflow winds, because they are looking towards the radar site. So our radar beam shoots towards these radars, shoots towards the storm, and with the direction that it's going, this is parallel with the radar beam, so we're getting a better view of this. Potentially some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds with this storm on the leading edge here. And then there's our tornadic circulation just on the inside of that. About 52 on the outbound and about 50. So that could be 100-mile tornado, mile-an-hour tornado, potentially right in here. Not probably a violent tornado, but a pretty vigorous one. Let's see. Still not seeing a lot of CC in here, but again, we can take a look. This is the kind of environment we're dealing with, so it's not a big forested area. So this could very well be picking up debris, just smaller debris that we're not seeing lofted to the distance the radar site. That's kind of the typical view of what we're seeing here across the Dakotas. There are some groves of trees around properties and things like that, but it's a very rural farm, wind-driven plains kind of area. So if these were in a forested area, we could maybe see a little more CC drops. Hopefully it's not picking up much. Hopefully it hasn't hit anything. I haven't seen any damage reports specifically, so that's one positive. These are a lot of tornado reports, some chasers and storm spotters, but yeah, the damage reports have not come in so far. So hopefully these are just out in these, like above my head here. Hopefully they're just out in the middle of these fields. Back to our Garrison camera. You can see the storm actually moving away from the Garrison camera. This is the tornado warned storm, the back side of it. So not going to see much from there other than the whites and colors of the towers behind it, but it does clear out quite a bit there with some blue sky showing in Garrison. Yeah, we just haven't seen the damage reports, and they could come in. Sometimes it takes a while to populate the damage reports, but I just haven't seen them yet. It doesn't mean they're not there. I think there could be some damage reports that come in out of this area around Denhoff, because that's where we saw a pretty big CC drop. And the storm spotters reported a large wedge tornado. So that area here around Denhoff could have some significant damage. We just haven't seen the reports from it yet. Starting to broaden back out again, so this has been what this is doing for quite a while. Potentially still some CC lowering right in there. Carl's rule again, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space up towards Riga, Granville. and Denbigh. Wow. Let's quickly drop down here. This is our considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Lipscomb, Roberts, Hemphill, and Ochiltree counties. Some larger hail earlier, but yeah, mostly a wind threat. And again, it's in this main area between Follett and Higgins. I think that's the strongest cluster right in here along 1454 and Texas Highway 305. So still seeing some pretty vigorous storms down there. We've lost our severe warning around Carbondale. That's good. Yeah, those storms are weakening a little bit. Some tree damage earlier in southern Illinois. And then our other severe warning storm coming through Greensburg, quarter-size hail coming through Greensburg, Kansas. Yeah, this was our big hailstorm here just a little bit ago, approaching Springview and points to the north. Looks like that's backed off a little bit. That's a good sign there as that approaches the Nebraska-South Dakota state line. We've also lost our severe warning around Devil's Lake, so that's a good sign too. This one still keeps going. Still observed tornado around Carlsruhe. That would be where this tornado is located, and that could be some debris still in there. Right there around Carlsruhe, that shows a little value drop in an area that shouldn't have hail, and it's not exactly clear air either. So that may be the circulation. It does list here on our quad screen as a tornado vortex signature. So that is our little AI helper indicating a tornado vortex signature for a pretty strong area of rotation. And it's right in here along 45th Street North, approaching the areas around Carlsruhe, North Dakota. And that probably is it. We saw the CC lowering right in here. It continued here, basically along 2nd Avenue here on this scan, and then up into here, 45th Street. It's kind of broadening again, so it might be weakening again. But tornado or not, this is going to be some damaging winds coming into Carlsruhe. Potentially some 70+ mile-an-hour wind coming in here to this small community. And yeah, there's our rotation. You can really see that wrapping into this little circulation. Yeah, that's still probably on the ground. Just southwest of Carlsruhe. Yeah, this is, I think, CC. This is correlation coefficient showing some debris in the air. So this stuff in the pink is all correlated values. So that's the radar scanning and saying that these are all raindrops and they all look basically the same. So they're good to go. But then when the radar scans something that's not, it shows up in different colors. A lot of that shows up as clear air. So all this is clear air. But it also will show trees and boards and plants and things and anything else that gets basically sucked up in a tornado as low correlation values. And it says, nope, those aren't correlated to each other. Their shapes are all different. And we get those different colors. The deeper the value of low correlation, the deeper the blues and greens and blacks. So this isn't showing a ton of low correlation, but enough co-located with the circulation that I think it's still here on the ground. Carlsruhe right about now, 6:45 p.m. and it's moving at 30. Minot, this is about 30 miles south and east of Minot. I'll take Minot here. Minot, you guys are okay. This is all to the east of Minot. So the immediate Minot metro area is not in an imminent tornado threat right now. Grandview and Riga about 20 to 24 minutes. And you can even see in the reflectivity how this is all kind of sink draining into this area of rotation in here. Yeah, and it's sparked back up here just near Karlsruhe. Typically when we see this kind of sink drain effect in here like this, where it's spiraling into the circulation on the reflectivity, that typically means it's a pretty powerful circulation. And we're seeing that on the velocities. The velocities have picked up again. Surprisingly, the CC has not picked up, but again, it may be just on a farm field, hopefully. Yeah. Values here, the gate to gate, about 70 on the inbound and about 54 on the outbound. So we could be seeing a pretty significant tornado on the ground, just based on the gate to gate, on the sink drain effect, on the velocity scans, and just also the presentation of these. You can see they're kind of even spiraled into each other. That's not good. And just on the last scan there, it broadened back out. It pulses. It goes really quickly. And there's your debris signature. So yeah, this is picked up again. Another tornado. This is maybe 17 or 18 for the day. Approaching areas like Venendry, North Dakota, Karlsruhe. You guys still need to be in your safe space. Anywhere between those two along 49th Street. And then up here along 2nd Avenue. Let's see, trying to get see if there's any communities out in here. 57th Avenue, 59th Avenue, and then up towards Highway 2. US Highway 2, Riga, Granville, even like Denby, just outside the warning polygon. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Yeah, that's a tornado on the ground in North Dakota. Our closest physical camera to that is near Drake, just a little bit ago on Highway 52, looking north. You can see some of the darker clouds. Maybe even a lowering. It's hard to tell on that camera. But either way, that is the nasty storm that just passed this camera a little while ago. And we're seeing a continued tornado vortex signature on our quad radar setup too. There's your debris showing up right in here. And also showing up on the ZDR, as well as on the velocity scan and the reflectivity. That's just not a good look. Damaging tornado continues here in North Dakota. And this is going to be tucked back into the rain. You're not going to be able to see this coming. It's going to be back into the rain. So yeah, if you know anyone here, share, like, and subscribe. That definitely helps the YouTube algorithm send our stream out to people that need to know. Karlsruhe up to Granville and Riga. Just glancing here just to make sure we're not missing anyone, but yeah, just some general severe thunderstorms right now for the rest of the country. Couple severe thunderstorm warnings. This is really the only tornado warning right now, so pretty nasty cell in Canada there. That's near Davidson, Saskatchewan. But other than this tornado warned storm, yeah, this is the main event right now in the entire U.S. for severe thunderstorms. And yeah, still seeing a correlation coefficient drop there. Just to the west, it's about 2 miles west of Karlsruhe. Yeah, about 2.5. Going to continue lifting north, northwest up towards Granville, Riga, Denbigh, and areas along Highway 2. Jeez, it's kind of just sitting here right now. Hasn't moved that much in the last couple scans. At 30 miles an hour, that's going to put it into Granville about 20 minutes. And basically the same for Riga. Anywhere along Highway 2, you have about 20 minutes to get to your tornado safe space, your lowest level, into your room, away from those doors and windows. And this is a weather spotter confirmed tornado, so we do have weather spotter still on this. Let's see if we have any weather spotter pictures here from it. We'll also share on our social media. Yeah, right. It'll flash above us, but WXCastUSA. We obviously can't post copyrighted stuff to the stream, but we can share it on our socials. Wow. Unconfirmed. I'll have to double check this, but 23 tornado warnings in North Dakota today has set a new monthly record for North Dakota. This is still likely on the ground here, just north of Venendry, 49th Street. Yeah, not seeing as much in the correlation coefficient, so that's a good sign. But just look on the velocity, it still looks like it's a pretty tight couplet there. Yeah, this is actually blow off from that. This is debris right in here too. So the debris is kind of not located with that air of rotation anymore. So that does make me think that it's not on the ground anymore. But this was probably a pretty strong tornado for at least a brief period there. And continues to show a decent circulation. Just crossing 49th Street, just to the north of Venendry. By about a mile or two. So very, very close. kind of in a weird spot. The storm itself seems to be slowly on the downtrend, but this mesocyclone still has some vigorous rotation wrapped up here in the rain. Storm itself doesn't look as healthy, but yeah, this is going to continue here as a pretty strong rotation. We are backing off some of that correlation level drops, so some good signs there. It's maybe not on the ground at the moment, but now we can see it's kind of a little more traditional of a supercell shape with the hook in here and then the body of the storm off to the north. So yeah, the next communities in line are essentially along Highway 2, Granville, Riga, and Denbigh. With Riga being more in that center line for this. And this is also going to pass pretty close to the radar site too. New camera shot came in here. Train also going by this camera on 52, but you can see the lowering here on the back side of this storm with some really dark clouds on the horizon line. So really impressive storm. But these north moving storms are tricky for these spotters because we're not going to see it coming from the north, the direction that a lot of this is going because of all this heavy rain in here. So as a spotter, you kind of have to get in on this little backside and get a peek of it as it's out of the rain. Maybe tightening back up again right in here north of Carl's Rule, so we'll see about that. But yeah, if you're watching it from like Riga or Granville, you're not going to be able to see it coming. It's just a wall of rain and some hail embedded in it. And yeah, if you were here, you'd really have to punch the core to get a quick look at it right in here. Which is not advisable. Now approaching 53rd and 54th Streets, and let's see, 7th Avenue. Interesting, North Dakota seems to name all of their roads like it's one big city. That's helpful, though, for navigation. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. About 4.5 miles south of Riga is this area of rotation. It's also nice. This is out here in the rural parts of the plains. Pretty much, these are 1 mile square farm blocks. So the roads are basically a mile apart. So you can kind of get a sense of where things are very quickly without even doing a lot of measurements. Maybe get a little, it's about 8 miles south of Riga. 8 miles south of Riga, and where'd those go? 8 miles south of Riga and about 8.5 miles southeast of Granville. Again, tornado right in this little notch right here. And unfortunately, it looks like the correlation coefficient has dropped again. So that is likely either on the ground again or still on the ground. Right in that little notch, right in there. So still likely an ongoing tornado approaching Granville, Riga, Highway 2. That is towards Denbigh. Hey, JP, how's it going? We are tracking tornadoes in North Dakota today. Basically, it's like a regional tornado outbreak, probably 15 to 20 tornadoes. North Dakota looks like they've set their monthly record for tornado warnings today at 23. And we've had spotter reported tornadoes as well as confirmed via radar here. This one is still going. Yeah, this is you're looking at your tornado debris right here. This correlation coefficient shows us the values. I'll go again for our newbies, but shows correlated values in this pinkish color. The radar says those are good. For non-correlated values, trees, boards and twigs and debris, it says those are not correlated. It gives us the low values. We see in those darker colors, those blues and blacks, and that's what we're seeing right here. And those are also correlated with the velocity couplet right there. So that is a velocity couplet, another tornado potentially still on the ground just north of Carlsruhe. Let's see here. Let's get a timing on this. They did... Nope, they did not increase the speed, so still at 30 miles an hour. About 12 minutes to Riga, North Dakota. Areas along Highway 2. You guys need to be in your tornado safe place. Double check. Now there's our only tornado warning at the moment. Ping pong ball size hail is our newest severe thunderstorm. Waukene, Kansas, out along Highway 70. Pretty nasty storm. Ping pong ball size hail. Still watching these storms in Kansas and Nebraska, but most of these are outflow dominant right now. Until you get into Kansas, these are non-outflow dominant. These storms down in Kansas, I think, still have a hail and wind threat. And then our other new severe thunderstorm warning covers parts of south-central South Dakota. Areas around Fort Thompson, gusty winds, some small hail maybe. Let's check our Texas Panhandle storm. This one seems to be on the downtrend. Maybe potentially a little bit of a flood threat here as these storms have just sat over the same area. Higgins to Follett down towards Canadian Texas. Put this into motion. Yeah, they're kind of drifting off to the east. Yeah, 15 miles an hour, maybe. And then the rest of Texas is kind of behaving itself at the moment, so that's good. A couple of storms going up around Fort Stockton. We'll have to watch for some large hail down there today. But yeah, the main piece of energy with a lot of the intense weather today has been across North Dakota, particularly central North Dakota. That is occluding a little bit. You can see it's pulled back into the storm. It was moving north. It started to move actually to the west a little bit. This storm is generally on a downtrend, even though it's cycled a few times and produced a couple strong tornadoes. It's definitely on the downtrend. So we some good news here is that it comes up towards the Highway 2 corridor. Let's see. Still potentially a tornado in here, though. Yeah, they're going to continue a radar-confirmed damaging tornado 6 miles southeast of Granville, moving north at 25. So continuing that area of rotation right here. Thanks, JP. New Rockford. I can check that for you. Okay, you guys are out here near Devil's Lake. Did you have a strong storm earlier there? That's non-severe now past Devil's Lake. Tornado watch continues, though. for this area here in kind of south central parts of North Dakota. So a couple more hours. You're not in the direct line of that tornado warned storm, but we'll have to watch this little arc of storms that's coming up through Jamestown up towards Goodrich. That's going to work its way through New Rockford in a little bit. None of those are severe right now, and I don't see a lot of circulation in those right now, so we'll keep an eye on it. But the main batch of tornado warned storms is this area here. They're pushing into northern and north central North Dakota right now. I have been watching the frontal boundary and where that sets up. It looks like, okay, so New Rockford has a north wind at Carrington. It's like a west wind at Devil's Lake. Looks like you guys are right along the boundary. Cooperstown has a southeast wind. Jamestown southeast wind. So anywhere kind of right along this boundary, you could get some tornadoes. I think it's going to be a little bit lower north of the boundary as things are cooling off a little bit. This tornado watch goes up to the Canadian border, though. There was some uncertainty on where that boundary would lift towards. Looks like it's lifted kind of basically kind of right along there. Let me draw a different color, but let's see. So it's a warm front that's lifted basically like this. Anywhere, especially you think south of the warm front has a slightly better chance at some severe weather, or right along the warm front if a storm can latch right along that warm front, which New Rockford is along. But yeah, once they lift further to the north, they'll start to weaken, like we've seen with most of our tornadic warned storms, except for this one that's still going, but it is weakening. It cycled a bunch of times, but every time it cycles, it does cycle slightly weaker. And that may have been its last gasp, honestly. This is looking not healthy anymore. This may have just totally lost its mesocyclone in the last couple minutes that we just looked at it. Let me go back and take a look real quick. So yeah, it was even better organized down here when it was producing a tornado between Carlsruhe and Vernendry. And yeah, it's occluded and kind of fallen apart a little bit. That may have been its last gasp right in here. When it was pretty strong, briefly weakened, retightened, and instead of being pulled to the north, it's occluded to the west, where it's not doing anything anymore. It's still some broad circulation in here, though. Broadly, some greens going towards the radar and reds going away, but doesn't look as healthy. Some gusty winds, some lightning and thunder with those storms coming up towards Carrington from Jamestown and New Rockford back towards Goodrich. But yeah, there's not any more tornadic warned storms to the south of there. All right, I'm going to step away for a minute and just refill the water bottle. And we'll keep watching this storm, though. I'm going to continue to watch the storm. We'll keep it on here, and we'll keep the radar moving. But if this cycles back up, we'll pop right back into the frame. Okay. I took a little longer break. Instead of grabbing a snack, I grabbed actual dinner. But let's see. This has been behaving itself. So it's still a tornado warned storm. I've been keeping an eye on it. Although it's just now gone back to a damaging tornado by weather spotter confirmation. So just as we were kind of getting things back organized, it's an interesting storm. It's lifted off to the north. Doesn't look super impressive, but weather spotters are confirming a tornado located over Granville or about 20 miles to the east of Minot, North Dakota, moving northeast at 35. Weather spotter confirmed just a few minutes ago south of Granville, so now it's over Granville. It may be this little area right in here. Interesting. There's not a big area of velocity couplet. There's a little bit right in here. It's not showing up particularly well, just based on that. But yeah, it must be just lifting just past Granville right now. Luckily, it doesn't seem to be the intense type of tornado that we just saw a little bit ago. Yeah, that one's an interesting one. But okay, we'll still consider it a dangerous storm, even though it's kind of doesn't look as impressive on radar. Part of that might be it's just over the radar site. Yeah, I'm back. Sorry it took a little longer. I think it was only like 5 or 10 minutes, but yeah, I went up for a snack and then dinner was sitting there and I grabbed it. And yeah, just visually the storm doesn't look that impressive, but still is an observed tornado on it by weather spotters. Let me see if there's a look. I don't think we have any cameras at Granville. But no. Our next cameras are up towards West Hope in the other parts of the storm that are non-tornadic right now. But go back to the quad radar and see if there's anything in here that shows this tornado. Yeah, there's still a little area of rotation just in that Granville area. It's got to be it. It's right in here. It's this little area, I think, right in here. Now just to the north and east of Granville. And we're getting a little closer to the radar, so it also might not be showing the CC as well, but that's helpful. That's it right there. And that little tiny notch. Yeah, trained spotter, so they're trained. All right. Yeah, it's crossing Highway 2 right now. Just between Granville and Riga. It's going to be lifting again off to the north. Basically, we're close to our radar site. This might be a really interesting presentation close to the radar site. Seeing if there's any new actual visual of it from a spotter, but let's see. Yeah, the Mercer tornado earlier that we were covering looks like a large wedge tornado earlier. Yeah, just a super interesting storm. And it just seems to continue to want to produce tornadoes, even though it's weakening and on a downtrend, which is really, really interesting. Let's see. Everything else is behaving itself actually remarkably well compared to some of the model runs today. So let's see. They've trimmed a bunch of our severe thunderstorm watch here into Nebraska. It's mostly confined to northern Kansas and south central Nebraska. I've said it a few times, though. The good news is here, most of these storms in Nebraska are outflow dominant. So areas like Kearney, Minden, Holdridge, these are going to be some gusty winds, maybe some small hail, but with outflow dominance, they're not going to be tornadic, and they're not really going to have that updraft fuel to grow into some really big hailstorms. The caveats to that are here, potentially up towards St. Paul, where the outflow boundary connects to the storm. That's an area that you have to watch for a little rotation in that comma head, but that's an area that is getting inflow, so you could get some larger hail, some gusty winds, especially on the southern flank of that inflow. So right coming towards St. Paul, potentially you could get some gusty winds there. And then south into Kansas, these storms are still connected here. The outflow boundary you can see kind of trails into these storms. So these storms are on Phillipsburg down towards Plainville, and then over here along Highway 70 west of Hays, Kansas, some $half size hail. These storms are still producing some gusty winds with some heavier hail. Looks like almost 2-inch hail recorded there. Some golf ball size hail. Most of it was pea to dime sized just about 15 minutes ago. So some severe storms there. Again, you could get some $half to even a golf ball or two, and then down there $half to golf ball size hail. And then our other severe storm cluster has just been kind of sitting here across Canadian and Higgins, Texas. Again, I think there's a bit of a flood threat also potentially in this storm. Take a look at our storm totals here. Yeah, particularly north of Higgins, between Higgins and Follett, Texas. That's going to be a couple inches of rain on some, not the wettest terrain. This is a little bit of a more semi-arid kind of terrain out here in the higher plains of the Oklahoma and Texas Panhandle. So potentially 2 to 3 inches of rain in a couple hours is a pretty heavy amount. So some localized flooding potentially here between Canadian and Higgins, Texas, and the Texas Panhandle. And then everywhere else in Texas is actually fairly quiet. So some good news there for parts of West Texas. As I said, I think a little bit earlier, there's been 23 tornado warnings. It looks like we've had maybe out of those 23, 18 to 20 actual tornadoes. And the 23 tornado warnings is the largest number of tornado warnings in the month of September for North Dakota. So setting some records there. Still seeing that area of rotation. It's now lifting just north of Granville. It's really going to be close to the radar site here. Along Route 1, that's County Road 1, north of Highway 2. We're going to maybe lose it a little bit here in the little cone of silence right around the radar site, but it's this little notch right in here. Not as pronounced as it was earlier. I don't think so. Let me double check. Day 2. This low pressure lifts up and out, so I don't believe it's going to make its way to the east. Sometimes we do see systems that do work from the plains and kind of swing through, kind of like that, but this is not going to be one of those. The low pressure that's kind of south of Bismarck, it's actually going to continue lifting off into Canada. So the main piece of energy is going to lift off into Canada, and yeah, nothing tomorrow. And yeah, nothing really on even day 3 in Ohio. So it's not one of those systems that's going to continue advancing to the East Coast. It's more of a localized system here that's going to lift off into Canada with the main piece of energy. I do want to check a couple of these other storms that had tornado warnings earlier. They are not really tornadic anymore. This one here crossing the Canadian border still has some spin to it, but it's pretty broad right now. So this is really the kind of the main tornado warned storm, and it's starting to struggle a little bit, but but still showing a little bit of a rotation in here as this lifted across Granville, potentially producing a tornado by the spotter report there. But it's, yeah, it'd be right up in here. It's going to be about 4 to 5 miles just to the north of Granville. Very interesting. Let's see if we have any new reports. Yeah, these were, even though they weren't the beefiest looking supercells, some of these tornadoes look like they were pretty good sized wedge tornadoes. I think we've seen a couple, at least on the velocity presentations, that look like decently significant tornadoes. Most of them were fairly short-lived, a couple longer track ones though. And yeah, the one we saw on the radar presentation south of Denhoff likely had a pretty sizable tornado with a satellite as well. So turning the mesoscale discussion on this, it's kind of hard to see, but there's a gray circle in here. That is the Storm Prediction Center's mesoscale discussion, their most recent one. Just noting that a few instances of severe hail and wind remain possible over the next couple hours. Localized tornado potential continuing, mostly with that supercell that we've been tracking over northern North Dakota. Supercell anchored to a mesoscale convective vortex along the warm front. So pretty much what we've kind of been looking at. But also what I noted earlier too is, yeah, the storms to the east are in a little bit more favorable environment, so we'll continue to keep our eye on that one. And those would be these storms here. None of those have been tornado warned so far. They are approaching that area around New Rockford, someone I think asked about earlier. So we'll keep an eye on those. They're mostly just damaging wind. This is a little interesting calm ahead feature near Harvey, but it doesn't look like it has a lot of rotation, at least right now, according to the radar. It has some broad rotation on that calm ahead between Harvey and Fessenden. But other than that, these storms are behaving themselves for the most part right now, with a special weather statement for gusty winds, pea-sized hail, potentially some gusts close to the severe limit. So we could get a severe warning out of these if there's a 60-mile-an-hour wind report. Yeah, we can see still that little notch right in there as it lifts off close to the radar site. We're probably not going to get a great look at this here in the next couple minutes. Potentially some pretty strong winds. This is really close to the radar site. Unless it's kind of folding over and glitching a little bit, there could be some pretty strong 60 to 70 mile an hour winds in part of this storm. And we will get a better look at it as it lifts off towards Upham. See if there's any other communities in here. North of 75th Street up towards 80th Street. Continue to stay in your safe place. Granville, this should be clearing out for you. If you're still in your safe place, though, in Granville, I would stay there for a few more minutes. Just to make sure this thing really gets out of your way. Bantry, North Dakota, you guys are in this tornado warning too. So make sure you stay in your tornado safe space there. It's probably going to go west of Bantry, but anywhere west of Bantry towards Upham, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. I heard it. New severe thunderstorm warning, our first today in Tennessee. This is part of that Ohio Valley and mid-Mississippi Valley cluster of disorganized, more like summer thunderstorms kind of pop up. They haven't, some of them moved that much. So there could be some isolated flooding, but they're just kind of actually moving to the southwest. They're just kind of drifting towards the southwest. And this one in here, severe warned around Palmersville and Dresden, Tennessee. Looks like some gusty winds and some larger hail in here near Cottage Grove and Palmersville. Quarter-size hail. That's again working towards the southwest. So Martin and areas here around Sharon and Greenfield. Keep an eye on that storm. To your east, typically a direction that most of the time would be good for those areas, but this is moving the opposite way of storms normally in this area. Also want to check out our other hail producing storm. $half size hail around Waukene. This is right along Highway 70, so I-70 really well traveled interstate. It's going to potentially do some damage if you cross into some $half size hail. The one good thing is it does seem to be shrinking a little bit. I think the hail core is coming down a little bit on that. And it looks like the strongest hail may be just south of the highway. Continue to watch that if you're over by Ellis. And then we've also had a couple larger hail reports out of these storms around Phillipsburg, up towards Franklin, but still seeing mostly outflow dominant storms through Nebraska. So a couple pockets of hail potentially in here near Minden, one near Upland, and then down here towards Bloomington, and back up down here near Phillipsburg. But these storms do tend to be on a weakening phase, it looks like, and same with these storms here through areas like Kearney up towards Grand Isle and St. Paul in central Nebraska. Further north, we also had some severe storms work through Devil's Lake earlier today. Those storms are near Munich, non-severe at the moment. Yeah, not seeing a lot in those. A lot of lightning, though, so that's something to keep our eye on. Sometimes that is a clue of strengthening thunderstorms, so we'll keep an eye on that storm near Munich. But overall, those storms are behaving themselves. Some loud showers and storms here from Grand Forks over to Crookston. Non-severe as well. And then back up here This is probably producing some hail. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets a severe thunderstorm warning in Canada for this storm that's approaching Medora and up towards Deloraine. Likely some larger hail in that one. This was, I think, one of the tornado warned storms earlier in North Dakota, and still showing kind of a supercellular structure. Has some slight broad rotation on it. So that is one to watch as it continues to work its way close to Deloraine, the Whitewater Lake Wildlife Area, Medora, and up along Manitoba Highway 21. That would be the main area of focus there. Here's the area of rotation. It's not looking very impressive, and I think they just dropped the warning for it, so that's a good sign. Yeah, they're going to let that tornado warning expire finally. The first time in a long time that storm has not had a tornado warning. Some other good news, drop from the tornado watch, areas around Bismarck, Washburn, down here towards Napoleon, Linton, Mobridge, and Aberdeen. You guys are all clear of the tornado watch. This is more of an issue here for east central North Dakota, and then up towards the Canadian border here. We'll keep an eye on these storms and see if they try to spin up, but right now we're starting to lose a little bit of the light. It's getting darker here across the central time zone as we're closing in on 8 o'clock. So that should lose, especially this time of day or this time of year, getting into the fall, we should lose some of that really intense destabilized atmosphere. Kind of wait and see what the storm looks like as it gets a little further out of the radar cone of silence. Lost the severe warnings out near Memphis, Texas, so that's a good sign. Look at a couple of these isolated showers and storms. Could get a severe storm out of those, but I think they're on the way down as well, so that's a good sign. I think we're going to call it here. It seems to be weakening. Let's see. Still seeing a little bit of rotation in there, but that cell has downtrended quite a bit and should be less of a threat as it comes up towards West Hope, Newburgh, Bottineau, and Kramer. If things go crazy, we can hop back on too. So thanks for joining us, everyone. It's been actually a pretty crazy afternoon it turned into, with one of the more prolific tornado outbreaks in North Dakota, especially for the month of September. I think we set some records, at least with tornado warnings. I wouldn't be surprised if we set some records for the month for tornadoes in North Dakota. With about 23 tornado warnings, I think about 20 tornadoes. So quite a day here across basically central parts of North Dakota and extreme northern parts of South Dakota. So that was an interesting day for sure. If you're new here, like and subscribe. We do severe weather coverage pretty routinely, as hurricane season should reach its peak, and we likely will get a little more activity here going into the later part of the month of September. We will have streaming coverage for hurricanes, especially any that threaten U.S. coastline. And yeah, and then every now and then I post also some updates on weather forecasts and things. We've had a lot of, the weather hasn't changed much in the U.S. the last a little while. We haven't had any big, large-scale severe weather events. Today was one of the first times we've actually had a severe weather coverage in the last couple months. So it's been kind of a quiet period, but as things get a little more volatile into the kind of the second severe season, we'll have a little more frequent weather updates. Again, towards October, November, you tend to get a little more severe weather down here into the mid-south for kind of a second severe weather season. So we'll definitely have you covered down there. And then, yeah, continue to look for coverage here for severe weather in the plains, at least the next couple weeks. May get one more shot at some good severe weather in the next couple weeks in the plains. This one still has rotation. I'm kind of seeing this as it gets away from the radar a little bit. We're now seeing winds going towards the radar this way, going away from the radar this way. If that tightens up, I wouldn't be surprised if it got a new tornado warning for that area of rotation, but it definitely looks a little weaker than it did earlier. So just keep an eye on it. If you're up here, Upham, Kramer, Newburgh, towards the Solaire Wildlife Refuge, even up towards West Hope or Surris. Just keep an eye on that one between West Hope and Botno. Let me give this another minute. Looks like it got a little tighter on the last scan. It did get a little more vigorous, so let me hold on here for a second. Still seeing kind of this elongated area, but there is a little notch right in there as the storm is moving north. So it's kind of a tilted sideways supercell. Normally we see them kind of looking like this. Instead, ours kind of looks like this. So still the same kind of feature, the inflow in here, outflow here, tornado sits here. It's just kind of on the reverse for these north moving ones, but it does still show it kind of in this little notch right in there. Yeah, so we'll watch this area as it gets a little further from the radar site. See what we get. Just a few more minutes here before I'm ready to write that one off. A couple other stronger storms. Pocahontas down to Walnut Ridge. 50-mile-an-hour winds and a half-inch hail. So, again, could get a severe warning or two out of this cluster of storms. It looks like most of the storms are staying away from downtown St. Louis. So that's a good sign. Most of these are down into southern Illinois, southern Missouri, into northwest or northeast Arkansas, and a couple here into Kentucky and Tennessee. This one is now up to ping pong ball size hail near Dresden, Gleason, Palmersville, and Cottage Grove. It's particularly this area here between Cottage Grove and Palmersville that your hail core is sitting in. It's come down a little bit, but watch out here around Dresden. You may get some ping pongs. And localized wind and hail threats here is still in the same cluster of storms from Higgins, Canadian, down towards Miami, Texas, and the Texas Panhandle. Some gusty winds, maybe some hail, especially in this storm here south of Canadian. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's a flood warning in this area. Again, I think we've seen like 2 to 3 inches of rain, looks like, on the storm totals, especially to the north of Highway 60. So potentially some localized flash flooding. That also extends up towards Follett, north of Higgins. It's still in here. It's kind of held its own, it looks like. So that's a good sign. Approaching areas like just west of Bantry, along 75th Street, I think that was. Yeah, 75th Street North and 12th Avenue North. That's your area of rotation right in there. It's just north of the radar site. Seems to have backed off a little bit, so we'll call it. Again, you could get a tornado warning out of this, but I think as it gets closer to the Canadian border, it's going to continue to decrease in intensity. Similar to this cell, though, this cell, I think near Medora, Manitoba, still has some larger hail in it. So keep an eye on that one towards Deloraine. But otherwise, have a way to get warnings, know a weather radio, have your phone on alert mode, and stay safe here this evening across parts of North Dakota. Tornado watch continues about another hour and 20 minutes. And yeah, if things get super crazy, we'll be back on. But I don't think they will. There may be an isolated tornado warning or two, but I don't think we're going to have the cluster of tornado warned and tornado producing storms that we did earlier this evening and afternoon. So stay safe, everyone, and like and subscribe. Click that bell icon to get notifications when we go live.